Hello, everyone, and welcome to LFM once more. And welcome, everybody, to a very special day. It's the ACC Drive Endurance Championship, and it's the final round of the season. So Season 18 drawing to a close this week, and what a way to end it off with the Nürburgring GP circuit. And it is going to be a big one because it is a 6-hour event. It's a big one for everyone involved. This is where champions are going to be crowned. This is where racers are going to be put to the test and really stretch the limits of what they are capable of as drivers. We have a lot to look forward to. My name is Ben Sapsford, aka Sappytron. I will be guiding you through qualifying and the first 2 hours of the broadcast today. I will be joined later by Raven and Commentator, aka Christian Romano. Two very brilliant commentators in their own right, and they will be joining us in the later stints of the event. Of course, if you are in the chat now, make yourselves known. Let us know who you are rooting for out on that course. But let's take a bit of a moment to look at the standings and the results from the previous round as we head into things here. First off, looking at the GT3, so coming out of Mount Panoramas, looks like West Competition Racing are the cars to beat in the BMW, with the Alpha racing team in the Honda SX as well. See a lot of shake-ups and a lot of positions gained and lost relative to their starts here. So their amount of time being burned, say a couple of minutes here and there, multiple laps in some cases. And we'll see that is 18 teams completing last time out. Of course, we do have the GT4s as well to consider. That is a pretty big part of the Enduro Championship. And of course, what makes it special? Annoyingly, it doesn't seem like the results are loading as intended. Oh, so it took a second to hook the server. It looks like there's a bit of an issue there. So we are going to switch straight over to the Enduro standings. And we can see West Competition Racing are the cars to beat, with SMRC Endurance and Fischer Racing taking second and third place. A lot of different spread of teams. And a lot of potential storylines getting wrapped up today. I'm very excited to see some of our front runners. We do have some favourite faces that will be joining us on the circuit today, and we will get a chance to visit them, see exactly how they're doing. But for now, let's see what the racers have in store for us. Practice is coming to an end, and we will be joining the drivers as they go into qualifying. We'll see what they have for us. A lot of teams have joined in this endurance series. A lot of racers we will be seeing soon join it over. Of course, I do believe we also have the German stream coming online as well. So if you're joining over the German stream, I think we will be having a duo chat as well. There is going to be, of course, interaction on both sides of the aisle. And we want to see, of course, who is going to come out on top. So if we can see how we do. But let's have a look on the track, as we do have a couple of last races on the course now, as practice is about to come to an end. Let's go straight live to the races and live with the action on the side of the track. Here we go then anyway. Session is underway now, and qualifying has officially begun. Right out of the gate, you're going to see the GT4s and the GT3s all flurry out and get some room on the track as quick as they possibly can. As you see, this is going to be the Ginetta Matthew Yudes. We're just taking a brief moment on board with. He is going to get overtaken by the GT3s as Robert Krillin for Evolution Sim Sport in the 102. Everyone's going to be trying to get out just as quickly as possible here. Jumping forward to get as much of a run here. We're going to turn off the deltas for now. We're going to switch it to session best times, and then we'll introduce the deltas once we had a couple of laps under the belt. Krillin is going to be the first one out here. So Lucas Rode in the Vantage be our next entrant, and then in third spot, or third to get a go, is Mirko Fiorentini. Emma Reparto coaching right there. Austin Dragon for the Dragon Racing team in the NSX there. Really like the pink highlights. I think it goes understated sometimes, the livery work and the livery designs that go into these races, into these machines. See, we're going to see the likes of the 570S, the Ginetta. I believe we'll also see a couple of Mercedes AMGs making an appearance on the track in GT3 and GT4 specification. But anyway, let's see who is on the run now and who's going to start things off. Let's take a board with Krillin and let's watch how he handles the track. Right out of the gate, good control being shown. Just making it all the way around what would have been Yokohama, say just a tight left-right chicane, or right-left. Taking the full layout on this occasion, say into Valvoline. Is sliding their way down. Keeping things nice and smooth. Rolling through second gear, being able to power out the corner without much issue. All the way up into almost fifth gear before you head into the Dunlop curve. A little bit of banking to help you out here as well. You can push on those tires just a little bit more. Smoothly done from Krillin. So now making his way down to the, say, love it or hate it, so famous or infamous, it's the chicane. Of course, you are really pushing, and there's a bit of an uphill as well. You're having to balance the grip of the car as well as controlling your speed. A little bit of trail braking, although too much of those curbs and you will be in trouble. So Krillin completing his lap now. Let's see what he gets on the timing boards, as he's going to be the first car to set a time. 54.685. That is your initial. Let's see what the rest of the track has in store. 54.4 from Rode. Dragon with a 490. And then Fiorentini with a 55.455. More GT3s now making their way through. Soon to be followed by the GT4s. There's Yudes in the background in the Ginetta, of course. Yudes is going to be setting a 205.107. That is going to be our first benchmark for this order here. Say Fiorentini was up ahead, but I think they lost a bit of time in the third sector. So Zabo having much of the same issue in the 720S, just struggling to get that car locked in, gripped down, and running smoothly. And as the start of the GT4 times now rolling their way through is Eli Fant. And through in the Mercedes AMG GT4 spec. We're looking at around 204s to 205s here. That's your benchmark for the point on this set of cars. There's 15 minutes left here in qualifying, and then we will have our 6-hour race ahead of us. And for those who are new here, consider you do enjoy what we do. Consider subscribing to the channel, or at least following, if you want to keep on board with all of the action that we have. So 48-minute stints here for 6 hours of racing. So you're looking at around 7 pit stops, or no, 6 pit stops, sorry. My commentator maps will be slightly off at times, but here we are. More times now coming through. Basti Winkler. Fisher Racing Esports car 105. Now making his way out and heading up into the chicane. Say Frost Advan. Measuring some pretty high speeds here. You are going to be wrangling that car well over 200 kilometers an hour and even keeping above 100 and 50 as you careen your way through those chicanes. Winkler has a solid grip on that car, and that snakeskin look really does it for me in that Mercedes. Really nice looking car. There you go, 54.262 is going to be his time here, though not to be outdone. Fiorentini has really shown up the field. Out of nowhere, he's decided that enough's enough. I'm not going to be beaten. And I am going to be putting myself in the 53s with a .405, closely followed by Rode in the other Vantage with a .435. Krillin is the closest with a 4.002, though he's not got that proximity in terms of time. We're going to get some of the deltas out now. We're going to start to see who can make some improvements on their initials. We do still have about 8 cars yet to set a time here. So 9 cars now. There is going to be work to be done. You can see Cotton having to make way for the GT3, and this is going to be a ongoing issue for GT4 drivers. They are the slower cars on the track, so they are having to accommodate and make sure that the GT3s aren't going to impede them, but still respecting blue flags in the faster cars. It is the responsibility of the GT3 to get ahead safely, but you still have to do your part and make sure that you are consistent. And sometimes you will have to yield off to the side at points. See Carmelo Cotton not getting a lap on this occasion. Martin Wallman coming up to the line and so thinks there's an invalidation here from him as well, so no improvements on that front. We have a couple of improvements making their way now as is Alex Wunder. 54.542, although not enough to get a position, is put him right to the back of Maniram in 10th place in the number 999 car. Rode has just gone through and got a .312 as well. Massive push and great improvements from multiple of the GT3s and the GT4s. Timo Korobler leading the GT4 cohort with the Vantage and now making his way through. 204.160, tough time to beat. Wonder if Martignoni in the McLaren is going to be able to beat that. Peels out a little bit too wide though in the final corner. He just lose out on what could have been the fastest. Although Matthew Yertz has just gone through 3 milliseconds faster. So he's going to be treating himself to GT4 pole position. Really nicely done there. Great work from him. We see David Santovena coming out of Worstener. Now heading up into the chicane. Half a second up. Does have a chance on the board here. Also check on Fiorentini, as it looks like he wants to go back for that pole position. Savenia. Clean run out of the final corner. Coca-Cola curved. Smoothly done and well executed into P16. From there, 55.997. Fiorentini is going to go off into the grass, though. That's not looking good there. Unfortunate to see. Let's actually get a bit of a replay and see exactly what happened there. So it looks like he came together with a GT4 car. And I think that is part of why he's now currently sat out and not getting himself into a good spot there. Just rewind the clocks a little bit and see. Swatko getting into 13th place with the Mustang. 55.672. And at this point, ooh, we do see a spun round. I think that was a Vantage there. We do see a bit of an interesting dynamic, as now many drivers have got improvements, but they don't really have much further room to push. We are seeing some drivers who can still get a bit more, push the envelope a little bit, like with Rode right here. He's going to be teetering on the fastest 0.312, and he wants to go even further. Fiorentini, I think, might have scared him a little bit. I think that might have scared him a tad. So he's got to get the elbows out, and he's got to start moving things a little bit faster. I think a 0.2 or a 0.1 even is certainly on the cards, as we have seen drivers go as high as 3-4 tenths at stages. Oh, smoothly done. Getting up on 2 wheels at a point, because that's going to be the Maserati, and he's going to head into the pits. Okay, folks, just having a bit of a technical issue that I need to deal with. I am going to continue to control the cams, but just had a fatal error on the mic software. So if you can hear this, I'm working to resolve it as soon as possible. We'll be right back with you. Alright folks, thank you for your patience. We are back now. And as you can see, a couple of jumps up and down the field, as we do have both in the GT3 and GT4 camp plenty of racers who are looking to make a mark. Martignoni in the 570S right now, making his way through the final curve, and looks to be on target with getting potentially into the 203s. Let's see what he's got here coming up to line. 0.110. It's not enough for an 03, but it's enough to get himself into pole position for the slower class of the two. Now, meanwhile, we have got a couple of other races that we want to keep our eyes on. We did unfortunately have an invalidation from Rode, as he was going previously onto a 0.2. Sadly, was not meant to be on this time. Luzinas in the Ferrari, now making his way up to the line, and a 55.115. That's going to secure him P12. He's making it a lot stronger. It's not close enough to wonder. Over half a second he'll need to make up. Meanwhile, Matthew Yudes, of course, really showing the speed in the Ginetta. It's going to take a little bit of time lost through the chicane. There was previously on an FL, but now making his way to the line, keeping it nice and clean. Second so far. Going to be a 10th up, and oh, he is going to go fastest to 0.042. Recovered the time in that final corner, and nearly knocking on the door of a point, or a 0.3. 0.3, my mistake. Knocking on the door there. But we are coming up to the 2-minute mark. So for the GT4s, if you are not yet on a lap, consider your session done. Pepe Dorta now on last car to set a time. Hopefully they'll get something under their belt at this stage. It's not looking too hot for them. Okay, we will have multiple racers now going out for their last shot, their last chance here. Dorta going off the side of the track, unfortunately. I don't know if they're going to have enough time to go around the course one more. Don't know. See Rode getting very slow, setting himself up for his final run here. Observing his preparation as he's going to go and put everything into this final lap. This is make or break for him here. To say the pole position could hang in the balance. Checking in with some of our GT4s is Balasfero. Going past Dorta. Try and confirm his last lap here, or at least get around in time for one more shot. Up to the line, and it's going to 0.4 or 4.950, so no improvement on position, but enough to improve and certainly scare the pants off of his opponents in his immediate vicinity. Martin Wallman is going to overtake Mesker in the 18th spot. And then Rode is going to be going for a new fastest and see if he's able to bring that to fruition. Improvement for Hop, as Marcel is in P10 still, but much closer to the back of Knopf. Qualifying is officially over though. This is last runs. Final bell, final toll for the session. And then Camperdix coming up to the line. No improvement there for him, unfortunately. It's also last chance for GT4s. We've only got a few left out on track. Bietio in the Predator Racing team. As we can see, the Ferrari behind him is peeling off into the pit. That is, I believe, going to be the number 110. That's Luzinas. Gativo, no improvement though. Sadly here, so this is going to be Knopf's going into P6. Very nicely done indeed. Improvements from GT4 grid. Shotoboto is up into 7th place. with an improvement to a 204.990. Rancagno also will be coming up soon, but here comes Rode, and he's going to get himself a pole position. It's 137 here. Amazing work, excellently done. What a showing. What a showing indeed. Rancagno coming up to the line now. Improvement on the horizon potentially, but will it be enough for a position? No, it won't. 205.625 there. Last runners now across the field as Mike and Krobler both coming up to the line. I don't think they have any improvement on the cards here, but they're still going to be completing the session, and that is time, folks. That is time, and that is done. The session is over, and we have ourselves some quality showing. Say, Rode, Florentini, and Miniram us to be the top 3 for your qualifying session, and then it will be Yudes, Martignoni, and Krobler. But enough of that. Let's take a full grid walk, and let's see who our drivers really are. Who our drivers are going to be in terms of bringing the heat. Let's do it. Let's take our full grid walk here, folks, and starting things off in the GT3s, it's going to be Rode piloting the 101 car for SimRC Endurance. Second place is going to go to Fiorentini, along with Pagial and Calandini for MR Riparto coaching in the 103. Third is going to be for Maniram, along with Skudlant with Close Quarter Racing in the 104 Bentley, and then the 102 to complete the second row is for Evolution Simsport with Krillin, Mex, and Bures. Very nice 720S looking there. Dragon Racing Team in the 111 NSX, it's going to be Thorsten Dragon and Daniel Meerman. Closing with row 3, it's going to be Andreas Knopf with Johnny Racer for SG Endu Performance in the 107 McLaren. 7th is going to go to Sandor Zabo with Zakashi and Zico with the Hungary LMLM Racing Team, closely followed by Hans Meyer with Wolfschlager, Campodix, and Cantiano with Apex Predators. I'm butchering these names, and I do apologize profusely in times. Fisher Racing Esports is going to be Winkler, and Faber. And then the top 10 rounds off with Boosted Sim Racing in the 117 McLaren with Gansvig, Aretz, and Hopp. Max Wonder is going to be alongside Gutendorf and Rosinho in the Flatline Motorsport 118 BMW, closely followed by Luzinas for the Sepechai 110 Ferrari. Mick Swatko in the Mustang is going to be a solo runner for Streeter Motorsport in the 108 today, alongside Alberto Bertio and Santovenia in the Predator Racing Vantage, the 119. Last 5 here for the GT3s before we move to GT4s. It's Ozarek and Vaskovits in the Fasola Warriors 112 Ferrari, closely followed by Niels Bunch in the Streeter Motorsport, along with Meyer and Lang, who will be swapping in and out as the session progresses. Lorenz Wagner alongside Florian Ziege is going to be in the 116 Streeter Motorsport Porsche, and then it's Karsten Vorman in the Haithabu Motorsport 114 Vantage, along with Martin. Finally, it's going to be Finn Meiske in the 113 Minombo Racing Porsche, and then it's Oliver Traub joining him in there. And we move on to the GT4s, with Matthew Yudes in the Ginetta alongside Tom Witch and Aaron Rains for the Apex Predators Racing Team. The 403, closely followed by the 402 of Martignoni and Castagnoli in MR Reparto Coaching's GT4 entry. In the Vantage, in third place is Timo Krober, Laugenberg, and Ricky Lafleur in the Callet Racing Team 401 car, alongside Mike Kailanen and Kanicha in the Cronus Racing Team Vantage number 411. Oliver Zahn in the Mercedes AMG alongside Marcel Noé in the Colorworks Racing Team 405, and then it's going to be Valas Feher in the Mercedes, also with Quip Crash Power, sponsored by SimQuips. See right there, the 407. Team Schubert in the 406 McLaren with Schotterbotter and Paul Vogel. Then rest of the order, we have the Maserati of Anton Klimov, Lapke Motorsport. Very unique pick there. Very happy to see some unique cars out here on the track. North Racing, the 412 McLaren is David Andre and Thomas Brunhaber. And then closely followed by Eli Fant and Timo Brand, piloting the Organisant 416 Mercedes. Last cars coming through now, it's going to be Astor Racing's 413 McLaren, piloted solely by David Rancagno. And then Mavis Bavas, along with Christoph Noz in the Team Purple Deluxe 408 Mercedes. Benjamin Alt piloting along with Miesmuller in the Ordnungsamt 415 Mercedes. And then last cars, it's Luigi Tenitri piloting solely with the SR97X Vantage. The number 409, Camilo Cotion, Juan Carlos E, Alex Rodriguez, and Andres Valenzuela in the Al-Andalus Sim Racing car, and then Pepe Dorta solely driving for the Al-Andalus 2 car. But here we are, session is hot, and we will have, of course, a last effort for some as we now get back onto the track, and we'll see who has the goal and the wherewithal to make this race happen. Of course, if you are rooting for anyone out on the circuit, then do let us know. We want to see who you have your heart and eyes set on as we get things moving here. Easy does it now, as the racers will be now in getting their formation lap underway. It's looking nice and beautiful here at the Nürburgring. It is into the evening. It's 7:40 p.m. local time. 6 hours of racing ahead of us. 27 degrees ambient and surface. So you're going to have no problem with keeping those tires nice and sticky, but that may introduce issues with thermal management, particularly if you're in the dirty air of another car for too long. You're going to have to keep an eye on how your car's performing and potentially peel out of a slipstream if you are introduced to some dirty air and cooling issues. Slight crosswind, so hopefully the drivers have accounted for pitch sensitivity. And as we slowly make our way through the Schumacher S, it's going to be a lead for Dominic Cyprus, taken away from Rode in the 101 car. Just getting a fan set up here, folks. So currently IRL it is measuring 34 degrees internal temperature in this room, so apologies if you hear any slight draft or wind noise. That is just ensuring that the room is in a suitable position where I can continue. But everyone is now going to be lining up double file and getting ready to go racing. It's going to be an early jump, and there will be a lot of pressure riding on these cars to make it happen. Got to make it happen. The session is going to be intense, to be sure. 35 cars. 35 cars, and about double that in drivers. Some cohorts, some racers have 4 drivers to a car, and some are Iron Manning the whole thing. Either way, I'm looking forward to it very much. The track is about to go hot for the last time here in LFM's ACC Drive Endurance Series, and you are not going to want to miss it. Green flag about to drop any second now, and here we go. Time to go racing. Track is hot. We are away immediately out of the gate. We can see there is pressure. There is challenge coming through. Krillin is going to be alongside as a Maniram. Also looking for a shot of opportunity here. It's going to be 2 wide, 3 wide. Everyone just chasing for any positions that they can get. There's Thorsten Dragon kind of in the middle of all of this as the GT3s are rampant in their fighting, and their close quarters combat is going to be strong here. Maniram along with Krillin are going to be making slight contact with each other. A little bit of contact coming in as well. Say Thorsten Dragon peeling out a little bit wide, opening the door somewhat for other drivers to come through. The GT3s have somewhat settled themselves, but I cannot say the same for the GT4s, as we have had multiple incident flags. We will have to go back and replay those and catch up with our racers momentarily. Looks like we do have Ute down at the bottom and having a major issue with his car. There is a serious incident to be investigated there, but back to the front. Maniram is going to be going up ahead as Krillin has gone off the track. Contact made between himself and it looks like that was Zabo. So all of a sudden chaos has erupted. Thorsten is also going to be further down. I think he had a minor incident. Contact with another car. barely able to keep up with this in the opening stages of the race here. Everyone's just trying to get a semblance of control. There's no easy run here. Back to GT4s is David Andre. Going down to the inside, Eli Fant having to take a wider line, but could still keep the nose in for the apex. It's just not fast enough though. Andre gets the move done on the Mercedes. Maniram on the defensive, as Winkler is right there looking for a chance to take position on. Not going to be an easy time or an easy ride for him here. He's already got himself set to brawl well into the night here. See, Wunder is going to the inside here of Luzinas. Looks like he's able to get things round. Do so in a fairly smooth manner. Winkler and Maniram having a brief moment of contact, but let's rewind the clocks. Let's go back a moment and let's see exactly what happened at the start. So, taking a bit of a replay here, this is Martignoni's perspective, number 402. Brief contact made with himself and one of the Astons, and now peeling his way around. Coming out of what would have been Yokohama, and just, oh no, and that sort of sent him right into the side of Yud and caused a major incident further away. So that is exactly what happened there. Unfortunate to see. I mean, we do have a couple of other replays which we'll explore in a moment, but back to the track. Wagner is going to get past Johann Meyer in the STR car. He's just going to be able to peel his way through as he goes through the Dunlop curve. You have the two STRs running together. You can see their parity in their liveries. Their liveries complementing each other, speaking volumes. Smooth going here. A little bit of a wobble here as Thorsten Dragon making contact with, I believe that's Hamperdix, just behind him in the 109. Trying to be defensive, and then through the chicane you can very easily just tap the rear of the car ahead of you. Easily done. Certainly one thing that can happen, but you just have to be mindful. Mindful of the space, mindful of who you have around you. Dragon still on the defense though, as we have Dominic Cypress managing to peel about half a second to Fiorentini, and himself getting over 5 on Knopf. Clean and smooth running so far from many of the GT3s, although some have had a race to forget, at least as far as the start goes. Let's take a look at one of the GT3s that we observed earlier, who was having a bit of an issue. Here's Thorsten Dragon. So we'll see what happened earlier, as we did see him peel off to the side not too long ago. So Dragon is going to be on the defense and having to take a bit of evasive action. As you can see right there, he just went right into the back of a recovering car. I believe that was a Krillin there. Yes, that was. So recovering Krillin. That's why he's currently sitting in a, we'll call it a tough spot. We'll see Meiske coming up to the back of a Warman. Meanwhile, you have the two STR cars coordinating very closely together. Just up ahead, you have the Mustang of Swatko and Johann Meyer in the Porsche. They've traded places since we were last watching them. Meiske coming up also in the Porsche, trying to chase the vantage of Martin Warman down. Little bit of a time loss in the chicane and suboptimal line there, braking ever so slightly earlier, but still keeps the proximity. You see, there is Maniram going for a send into the first corner there, so Yokohama peeling off to the side and holding firm. Andreas now trying to get position back of him, but it's no easy task. see, opening laps tend to be very chaotic here. And we will soon see drivers try to find some space of their own just to keep things rolling and start getting some consistent laps in. Remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. In these enduro situations, you cannot be overzealous and you cannot try to force positions at great risk, because you are not just affecting your race, you are having a much larger butterfly effect on the rest of your team. They're going to have to pick up the pieces if you make a mistake. You're going to have to recover from the time that you lost. But you will be a lot more mindful of the overtakes and the decisions you make. Like Campedix right now, he could very easily, there's at least a couple of chances we saw previous where he would have been able to chase down and overtake Dragon. But it would have put him at significant risk to do so, and so it's not worth it. Campedix will keep proximity for now, but he's not going to be chasing super hard. Meanwhile, Timo Krobler is going to be the lead of our GT4s. Let's check on the other class of drivers, see how they're doing exactly. Tanitri is going to be chasing and overtaking Christoph Noz. And Anton Klimov as well, trying to chase Marcel Noé as we head into the next lap. 4 laps down now. The Maserati peeking to the inside and actually having to go defensive. It's Kajlanen. PK is right there on his tail. I'd certainly be a little bit nervous if that was the competition I'm dealing with. Most of the GT3s have started to open up the track to themselves a bit more, but the same cannot be said for a lot of GT4 racers. I mean, look at this right now. Eli Fant on the back of Christoph Noz, and really putting some pressure on him here. More to be done, of course. The session is young, but opening, well, we'll call it opening statements from the racers are looking solid, as Andre is going to make an overtake here in Shoto. Let's take a bit of a review as well, and some of the moments that we saw that weren't able to be caught on camera in full. So there will be Swatko and Wagner chasing and dueling for position. Johan Meyer is still behind, but Wagner has been caught up by the Mustang of Mick Swatko. Holding the line firm. Now, I'm not sure how much the STR cars are coordinating, but I wonder if we could see a situation where Swatko is on the defensive and this allows Meyer to catch up. I'll have to see if that does end up coming to pass. I have to say as well, thank you for everyone who's been jumping in and following. We are, of course, across the 5,000 line, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. We're super thankful, the entire team here at LFM. We're going to continue to push forward. So you can see, of course, we have our follower goals, we have subscription goals, but, well, if you want to support us, do check out our website if you want to get involved, lowfuelmotorsport.com, and as well as that, consider Patreon, because every proceed from the Patreon does go into making sure that we can continue to put on the best events and the best productions possible for all involved. Hey, for those who missed it, the LFM team did actually put down a transparency report recently about how much goes into these events, and one thing that became clear is that without Patreon, what we do here would simply be impossible. And again, wanted to thank every single person who contributes in any way, or even just shares our content and gets the word out to more and more racers. Without those people, LFM as we know it would cease to exist. Checking in back with some of our GT4s, is chasing onto the back of Benjamin Alt, and actually is going to be starting to make up a good portion of time. Able to do quite well for himself here in recovering. He's managed to get past Daughter and Coton. I think what was previously a fully damaged car, I mean, you can see the hood flapping. He is running with a damaged car. Say Alt has outbraked himself though as he heads through Michelin and Vostina. Got himself another position. As Rancagno and Ferrer are going to do much of the same. These two are going to be jousting back and forth. Now into the chicane. It looks like the Mercedes is going to hold the advantage. Holds the advantage for now. Zabo along to the back of Knopf. Mercedes in the back line. That's Basti Winkler. But Zabo trying to chase Knopf down. McLaren v McLaren here. See, one with the full lights and one only running DRLs. But here we go. Zabo goes along side by side. He's gonna have the move through the chicane as Knopf is having to take a slower line. That's also going to allow Winkler to get the nose in on the apex of Coca-Cola curve. Coming out a little bit faster on the exit here for the McLaren, but the Mercedes does not yield. Drag racing each other now through the start finish straight into the start of the next lap. 7 laps here so far. He is going to lay claim to the apex. Excellently defended here from Winkler. Got the position and confirmed it through the first corner. Well played indeed. Vajlanen getting past, or I say getting passed by, so no, I believe there. Really impressive stuff. Really impressive driving from many on the course here. Field is looking sharp. Honda also in a similar position to Krillin now. Krillin, of course, trying to recover from his earlier incident. Hasn't been able to make the time thus far. Have a fight for the lead at GT4 as well as Ikropla and Martignoni going very close to one another. Let's take an eye on these two for the moment. We are 15 minutes in to the race and already we've seen a lot of chopping and changing on both sides. Only trying to get the power out and a little bit narrow on the exit. He's going to lose him some time here. Yellow flag coming out for the 117. Marcel Hopp. Will have a hunt. Yeah, just keeping an eye and seeing what Martignoni does here, because he's not got the space and he's not got much room to wiggle. He's teetering on that half-second line. Max Wonder. Also see Thorsten Dragon. He's on the back of Knopf right now. And then Fiorentini is going to keep close to Dominic Cyprus. And looks like we do have a fight between these two. Fiorentini is going to box Cyprus in with GT4 traffic, and that is a masterful execution. Let's get an exact replay on that and see exactly what happened. Let's get the lead in. So, we're on with, right now, Cyprus, as he is chasing down, or being chased down by Fiorentini. Coming up to some of the GT4 traffic, they're trying to siphon and muscle their way through, but there you go, just get completely boxed in by the GT4s. Fiorentini was allowed easy passage through, where Cyprus has been peeled back by half, well, over a second and a half right now. That's going to allow him plenty of space, and Cyprus is going to be beside himself at this point. Well executed though, good management of traffic and use to advantage for the number 103. It's Dawson Dragon now going on the attack, as Knopf is going to take a traditional racing line. The NSX is going to go narrow on the apex, try and close Knopf out here. Returns to the racing line, sweeping into the left side, and well moved car, well executed, P6 in the bag. Winkler is a second away and also having troubles with the GT4s. So I wonder if he'll be able to get brought in, as that is going to be a spin there. That is going to be Benjamin Alt. He's taking too much on the exit there. Mejlanen is going to overtake Marcel Noé going through the Schumacher S. You can see that McLaren just reeling from the overtake there, having taken too deep of a line. Sandal Zabo as well, as you do have the two of them running real close. Also having to deal with traffic up and down. So traffic management is key here to success. See Zabo continue to hold the line against Basti Winkler, but he's 7.5 seconds away from Maniram, so these two have very much earned a fight of their own on the course. They have their own pocket of the track. There's not going to be much that they can do there. Lutsinas on the back of Wunder in the 118 BMW, trying to negotiate any kind of space that he can muster. Now you've been really pushing forward, Zenos. Let's see what you can do against Wunder here. Will he be able to go for a switchback? He's dealing with GT4s as well. Remember, the GT4s are both a great obstacle but a great ally, depending on which side of the obstruction you are. You can see Luzinas is going down the inside, keeping a smooth line, but having to dial back and actually going off the track. He's still going to remain side by side here. Say there was a wobble in the throttle, and that opened the doors. They've going on the brakes just a tiny bit earlier, but still rolling through with more speed. Luzinas has been retreated back into P12. No opportunities afforded on his occasion. We'll see Cyprus is caught back up to Fiorentini, so we'll check in with those two momentarily. But Jochen Meyer as well is trying to chase Vollmann down, and isn't quite getting there just yet. We'll see, there he is, albeit teleporting out from the Shadow Realm. Jochen Meyer is going to be close. Make Sparko as well. Both STR cars are in close quarters trying to overtake another. See, we'll see at the front though. Here's going to be Dominic Cyprus now going to retake against Fiorentini. Really close switchback there. That was millimeters. That was near perfect. And no contact between the two cars. They're both going to tap on the rear quarter. Cyprus is going to go down a second and a half. Fiorentini retakes P1, although not in the cleanest of manners, as that will be a switchback failed. Cyprus now back to where he started a couple of laps ago. Luckily, no damage by the looks of things. Only mild cosmetic. But still, I would be fuming. Absolutely fuming with that one there. Not Going to the back of Thorsten Dragon, as he's got a lot of work to do if he wanted to catch up to Szabo. Szabo, though, could be being held up as Basti Winkler is on the defensive. There's two of the GT4s drag racing each other. That is going to be Shotoboto and Marcel Noé. So we've got really two fights we're watching at the same time. Boto is going to get the attack on to Noé. But let's see how these two are doing, as well as they are getting under some serious pressure. There is going to be a GT3 boxed in. And that's going to be an overtake for Philip Kamperdix, as Andreas Knopf is closed off from chasing. Will not have a gap. Not going to have the room to wiggle. See, this is the tough situation, as they know it right now, having to go through a minefield of cars. See, he hasn't really got the pace, as Ferro is going to take advantage. Yeah, it's certainly taken a lot of advantage here, as there is going to be a lot of up and down further here, as Szabo now alongside Basti. Really keeping it close. There's not having the window of opportunity yet. It's just not quite happening at this point. I'd be a little bit nervous if I was Szabo right now, because Winkler is putting up a good defense, and throughout all of this is going to draw in Thorsten closer. So if he wants to get these moves done, he has to be decisive, and he needs to do it now. Come through soon. And check in on our entire field in full. Just taking a look at a few of the fights that we've been observing up to this point. So we have Marcel Hopp closing in on Robert Krillin, who is in P9, although getting the pace that he wants out of the corners. So there was a Maserati that wanted to make itself known. Hopp managing to close in. Will he go for it into the first corner? Let's see, he's going to go narrow. He's actually going to make contact with Robert. So very much just closing the door on him there. Avoiding contact, luckily, through the next section. But we do have an accident, it looks like. There is Krobler down into second place. Let's see exactly what happened there. So this is going to be with Pepe Dorta. It's 35th right now, running a little bit slow. And as they're coming up, there's GT3s as well, knocking on the door, and say Dorta is just going to tap the rear, oh, and completely catch him. Just keep pushing through, it looked like. Keep pushing through. Apologies if the replay overlay isn't quite working as intended, folks. I'm having a couple of issues with OBS today. But it's just pushing straight through him. I don't really know what to make of it. The viable option there would have been to sort of back off and stop perpetuating the collision further. Asking for an issue. So much pressure on the shoulders especially the lead cars of each group. Fiorentini has actually got away a little bit here. This is Cyprus here. Fiorentini is 2 seconds away, and while he's no means in the clear yet, having that 2 seconds is going to pay off massively later. So he's going to be feeling a lot of space, but that could quickly dwindle. That could quickly dwindle. See, thinks Predicts is dropping off a little bit, so let's check in with a fight we've had a few laps now. This is Szabo versus Winkler. Let's just stay on board with them here, as there is a lot riding on this for them. Remember, final round and 6 hours. Championships lie in the balance. Really trying. You can see he's trying now, just left, right, any position he can gain. Nothing is coming to fruition. He's just not got the room to go, and he hasn't had the room for a little while. See Szabo now weighing up any option that he can get. Let's get on the back of Johan Meyer. We'll check in with those two momentarily, but here goes Szabo. He's very hungry for it. Look at him go. He really is getting hungry for the position. Sandor is throwing the nose in there where he doesn't always fit. Actually getting quite close there. Keep it rolling, keep it moving. And this is the stalemate that many drivers will find themselves in for a long time. You can't get by. You can only build pressure. You can only continue to hold the line. There won't be room to breathe just yet. It looks like we are going to start having drivers. Gonna start having drivers now going into the pits, and we'll see the first of those making their way. Robert Krillim. Now, just a reminder, this is a 48-minute stint. 48-minute stint timer, and you have to be wary of that because you will be subject to scrutiny, penalty if you do not adhere to that rule. You must come into the pits within 48 minutes. Always. Got a slight bit of cloudiness, but it is extremely minimal. It's still very hot out on the circuit. And looking at our GT4s as well, it's like Kejlanen is going to be a bit of a hard charger. They have continually put the pressure down on the rest of the field. And they are not looking to mess around. Ilmov is going to be the next target here in the Maserati. P3 currently. And just keeping an eye on Kejlanen and seeing how he's navigating the rest of this lap. Got to keep things rolling smoothly. Not got a chance. Any mistake here and he's completely out of the running. Simple as that. No room for error. Just referring back to a fight as old as time itself, as Zabo is really running close. I'm really impressed, I've got to say, with Fiorentini. Now, of course, we could argue and we could make a judgment, a statement about how he got back into P1 with that slight contact between himself and Cyprus. That's ultimately not for me here to decide. That is at the discretion of the stewarding. But even so, in light of that, he has really taken to controlling the circuit. He's posed minimal issue with the GT4 traffic around him. He's not had any problems with negotiating that aspect of things. And he's able to actually just run through the track unencumbered. Now that he's got some space and he's not got Cyprus breathing down his neck to think about, he hasn't had any problems with peeling out more and more time. It was previously at 1.5 seconds. Now it's at 3. And some drivers are having a bit of trouble in their own right, as Kevin Manuram in the Bentley is having to brake and duck and weave around GT4s. I think that is the number 35, or say the 35th place car. That's Pepe Dorta now going over the dirt. Looks like that car really has seen better days. It's got some quite extensive visual damage. You can see the hood rattling. And not to mention, it seems like they are just out of control here. I think there are bigger issues going on. Let's see how these racers do. I mean, looking at GT4 as well, taking stock of them. Martignani in the 570S, untouchable right now. Emma Rapato coaching, of course, feeling very proud of their GT4 entry, the number 402. Timo Krobler, a few seconds away, but barring that minor incident earlier, has kept things perfect. We can see Ozarek going for a switch back here. That's going to be against Meiske, but the 113 Porsche has got other plans. Swept his way around the other side. Fabian Buresh has taken over the 102 McLaren, swapping out from earlier. This is where we are going to see now soon. Driver swaps will make an appearance. Going up to the final 10 minutes of the stint before everyone is going to be darting into the pits all the same. Majlanen ahead of Kilmov. Doing so in style. So the STR cars, I say Meek Sparko. Wow, am I impressed with that Mustang. I mean, at one point they were next to Johann Meyer in the other Porsche, but they've overtaken Warman, they've overtaken Wagner, Luzinas as well. It seems like this Mustang is currently just on a charge. They seem relatively quick and doesn't look like much is going to get in their way. They have split off from the other STR, and doesn't look like much is going to be stopping them. See if there can be time gained once again later on. You can gain or lose time through pit stops too. So we had an incident between Daughter and Olds. Let's wind the clocks back on that and see exactly what happened. So we can see coming into the first corner, there is Daughter. Here's Olds. Goes narrow. Daughter is closing off, and looks like the two just made contact with each other. Seemed relatively harmless, at least. Seems relatively harmless. But still, it is contact, and it has been flagged up. There's your GT4 order. Andreas Knopf is going to be on the back of Camperdix. Let's see if he's going for anything through into the chicane. He quickly darts to the left side, but jumps on the brakes earlier. Can't get the nose through. Needs to try and set himself up for the start finish straight into turn 1 here. Let's find out. Knight has started to descend here on the Nürburgring. As we will soon be coming to the first mass pit stop of the field. And it is just going past 8:30 local. 26 degrees still, so quite hot. Keeping things well managed. Meyer as well. Closing on to Warman, trying to now start making their movement up the field. Abo is getting close once again. We have Szabo, Knopf. Ozarek was in a bit of a fight, but Meisske has fallen behind quite substantially now. This is where we take a moment. Take a moment to appreciate and respect the commitment of these drivers. Ooh, a little bit of flashing coming out from Fiorentini. He's getting a bit frustrated. See, Szabo is actually dealing with a bit of GT4 traffic. Szabo is going to be getting past a few Yuds in the Ginetta. So Yuds has recovered really well here. He was at the back of the field at the start of the race following an incident and is now about halfway through. So it's the little Ginetta that could, and he's currently setting 205s in a sea of 206s and 7s. Certainly got the pace. He just needs to keep going. The commitment is on display. Well, within the next lap or so, everyone is going to be now heading in. So you want to optimize your stints to get the most out of them. We are seeing Timo Krobler heading into the pits here. Going to be his first stop of the night. And many more are set to follow. There's Sandor Szabo, Thorsten Dragon. They're both heading in now as well. Looks like we're going to see a few drivers take advantage of that, as we also have Hoppe and Wunder into the pits, along with Luzinas. This is going to be Mick Spartko jumping up into P7, capitalising on that power vacuum. Knopf is going to have a bit of a gap between himself and Campadix. Local yellow's coming out for some. This is going to be Dorta once again. Timo Krobler now coming out of the pits. Don't really know what's going with Dorta's car, but they are running very slow on track. For a frame of reference, ladies and gentlemen, we have got Dorta right now who is running a 2:14 best lap and then a 2:16 last lap. So they're very much struggling with that car at the moment. Don't exactly know what's happening, but I'm sure we will get some insight and some answers in due course. Tanitri is close to the back of Timo Krobler as they've now come out of the pits. Going to be one of the GT3s just trying to pass them by here. That is going to be Bertio in 12th. Meisske coming in to the pits along with Martignoni, lead of the GT4s. That's also going to be Fiorentini, Cyprus, Maniram, Winkler, all into the pit. Very much running out that stint timer as close as one can. Really running it up to the edge is going to be Kilmov, Andre, Ferro, Boto, Noe, Yuds. Dorta into the pits as we mentioned prior. Swatko now heading into the pits too. Campadix, Knopf. The field is en masse heading into the pit lane, but who is going to take top honours? Let's see. Wagner into the pits just behind Swatko. Who's going to emerge first? Will it be Cyprus or will it be Fiorentini? Both of them are literally right next to each other in the pit lane. You can see there's Fiorentini making his move out. Will Cypress be going out as well? Yep, he's going to match it. And he's going to be getting on the throttle again as soon as humanly possible. There's going to be some GT4s as well. They're standing right in his way from the get-go. Parking on the apex, and oh no, contact! That is going to be a tough one there, as Martignoni is going to drop down behind Marcel Nouet. That's a tough wake-up call. Cypress, of course, getting the contact warning. Maniram's actually got the fastest lap, 45 or 54.5. That is a turn of events, and one that I'm impressed by. Swatko Rosinho is going to be taking over the 118 BMW. Doesn't look like we've got everyone fully swapped just yet. Just ensuing, or say, seeing to find out. There's Rode now back in the pilot seat for the Vantage here. Rode is back in it. Okay, we will soon see who has the resilience and the fighting spirit to continue. See Traub taking over the driving seat of the 113 Porsche, belonging to, of course, Inombo Racing. David Andre on the track, but not really having a good time. Just trying to regain control. They make their way out of what looks like the Ford curve, and now into Dunlop. And Warman coming up to the back of Johan Meyer. Fiorentini continues to pilot that 103 car, but Rode now. It was Rode we saw the speedster that he is in qualifying. Know what he's capable of. About whether he's able to extract it in a race setting. Very impressed with the initial performances. Carsten Warman is going to be drag racing alongside Alexander Lang, so he's overtaken the 115 STR Porsche. Lang is immediately going to be on the defensive and now offensive, as Warman is going to be taking P15 away from him. Chotoboto is actually the leader right now of the GT4s. Looks of things anyway, it's going to be a quick race and a hard run, as Castagnoli is going to be the new pilot for the 402 McLaren. A few driver swap-ins. As we can see in a similar field, this is going to be Laugenberg overtaking the 401. GT4 drivers are going to be fighting a little bit here to assert their control and their dominance over the field. Lang is running close to Warman, trying to close in any gap that he can, but doesn't seem to be as easy as one would hope. Hunting for the space. Buskiewicz in the 112 car. He's going to be under a lot of pressure to perform. Alexander Lang is going to be squeezed right to the inside on the start-finish straights. That's going to be a tight move from Warman to put him in an unfavourable position. He's not going to be deterred by it though. He's still right to the back. No such deterrent being successful. Now making their way out through the first sector. Lang is on the hunt. Warman is pulling a mighty defense as we go through those chicanes. See, can Lang make this one happen? Looks like we got quite a tight run of GT3s as well as the GT4 of a certain Laugenberg has brought them all closer together as Rocinho, Meerman, Luzinas all together now. All together now. See who comes out on top. See what Rocinho has on the docket, but Luzinas is going to have other plans. Well executed overtake, and now coming in through into P11. Creano is in the 109 car chasing off Stefan Faber. We'll see a fight reignited, albeit with different drivers. Cars are the same, and the cars are what matters. And you're getting very close. Faber is going to be on the defensive heading into the chicane. Eats the nose, but having to tail off early. Really having to tail off. I'll say tight squeeze. I'm certainly impressed though. Watching these two fight, it's a privilege. Uzinas coming up to the back of Meerman. As Meerman has overtaken the GT4s and is currently taking over from Dragon in the NSX. Both of them going very narrow to try and just get ahead of traffic. Spartco also getting involved here. Rocinho along with Bures. Big outside sweep. And now getting squeezed in as the 405. Mercedes is going to prove to be a bit of a thorn in the BMW side. He cannot get the exit out. He's going to drop to over half a second gap. David Skidland is briefly calling in a local yellow. But luckily no incident reported. It looks like it was just a wobble. Slight misinput. Anyo once again on the attack of Faber. Both of them once again going through the chicane. it's a bit of Groundhog Day. Banyo is going to have to try something different, I think, here. Because the moves that he's trying aren't working. They're not landing here in the way that he hopes. So he's not got a chance to move forward. And right now, I'm a little nervous for him. I'm a little bit worried for him. Him and Buras actually running pretty close together. Let's check in on them. See how they're doing. The GT4s have calmed down a lot. We don't have anyone in close proximity. Now the GT4's place in this is more a case of strategic placement around the track and proving to spice up the dynamic of the GT3. With none of them fighting each other for positions. The more interesting aspect of the GT4's presence is where they will not interfere, that's not the right word, but how they will interact with other cars around them. I mean, case in point right here, Rosinho. Buras. These interactions what drive the racing, and oh no, that's a spin as Meerman is caught completely out. Rosinho poking the nose in, and not enough space to keep both of them side by side with each other. That is going to mean an unfortunate demise for Meerman's run, and he's going to be displaced all the way down into P13, nearly 14. Jarno is going to be on the attack once again to Steven Faber. Although another curiosity is Rode has peeled back a lot of time. He's actually got within a second to Fiorentini. I'm enjoying and seeing where these two are going to go in the next few laps, as Yudes is going to be in the way of Fiorentini's ideal line. He's going to prove an obstruction to Rode. Let's see, he's going to have to peel around the outside of the corner. He's going to drop a couple of tenths. Let's see how that fleshes out. Florian Ziga is going to go on the overtake for Meerman here. Stagnoli, meanwhile, on to Shotoboto. He's recovered really nicely. As Castagnoli, well, the 402 car specifically has recovered really nicely from some setbacks. Castagnoli really pushing for it here as the first sector into the second. He's managed to get himself up ahead. He'll be able to hold on to it. It looks like he's confirmed the move. Clean running. Very clean running in today. I have a quick look. See, there's Traub into the back of Alexander Lang here. Something has gone indeed wrong. Let's take a replay of that. I don't know what's happening with my microphone here. Let's take a replay and see exactly what happened on the helicam with Traub. So going forward, they boxed in, chasing on the back of Alexander Lang. He's got a GT4 on the left side. Let's see what's going to happen. And oh, just, yep, full send into the chicane and squeeze, and actually losing control of the car, cresting over, trying to rejoin the track. He is going to recover himself, but he's going to be in a tough spot. Let's check in with Luzinus. It's onto the back of Mike Swatko. And Swatko is feeling the pressure. Now, if I was Swatko, I'd be feeling a little bit nervous. As we have seen, Luzinus has got some pretty good pace and has been able to put the drivers under a lot of pressure. Got to be keeping a good balance. Luzinus, though, keeping committed within half a second. Garrett Aretz in the 117 car. The back of Faber now. Although at the top we see Rode is going very close. Let's switch over to these two, in fact. Let's have a hunt for them. Seeking the space. Fiorentini is his target. We're just going to stick with him for now. Just biding his time, and so are we. See, Rode is coming in hot. Half a second. Half a second now. Go, Rode getting closer and closer. Eking, but not committing to the first corner. It's just got to be gentle. Keep the smooth racing going. He's getting ever closer and closer. Every single corner is going to be in him within the range. Fiorentini feeling the pressure. It's right there. Seeking. So Rode is not going to be getting there just yet, but he is still like a vulture. It's just there. On a racer. On to the back of Stefan Faber. See what these two do. So the GT4s all pocketing themselves out. Andres Valenzuela is going to be taking over the 414 car. Though he's not having an easy time. He's seeming like he's almost limping as he's running a little bit slow there. His daughter on the defense once again, though yielding off blue flags, of course, in force. Stefan Faber actually going to be on the back of Gerrit Aretz. Now this is going to be a three-way battle for P6 here. Faber trying to close in. Peeks to the left. He's going to be firing it down as that's going to be Eraser. Also going to the other side here. Excellent send as Eraser's going to make it almost a double. Garrett is not going to let that one go quietly, though. He's going to have the command of the apex on the left. So he's switching back and forth now to the helicopter. So you see exactly what's going on between these two. They're drag racing all through the first sector. The Eraser is committed to that overtake. He's made it one. He wants to make it two. He has the apex as we head now down the hill, Valvoline and the Ford curve. He's got the move. That's a double overtake there coming in from John Eraser in the 107. Amazing stuff. Really sharp driving there. Quick wits got him through. Rode, meanwhile, hunting once more. This is going to be Fiorentini still on the defensive, although will there be a full commitment of the moveset? Rode once again. Not quite going for it. Brody's still going to be there, but he's not quite got it. It's not happening just yet. Shoto is on the defense, though, as Marcel Noé. Hunt. This is for P2 of the GT4s, keep in mind, so there will be a lot of stakes on this. Borto is running slow through that first chicane, and a brilliant switchback from Marcel is going to get him into P2 with minimal effort. It's an easy ride, or at least he made it look so. See, Giotto is just trying to keep up with Marcel, but it's not happening. He's just sticking on board to see if he's able to get a counter, and unfortunately not to be. Meanwhile, back to the front fights and back to familiar pairing. It's going to be Lucas and it's going to be Fiorentini. Still fighting away. So Garrett could be also on the charge once more. So Farber is behind, but Garrett was overtaken by a racer. So in terms of the prizes for the winner, I do believe we are looking at sort of licenses for ACC Drive as part of the package. So here we are now going through. This is going to be some minor contact between a racer and Aretz. Fabian Buras also going to the back of Swatko, but we will see what comes of it in due time. See, it's going close, but here comes Fiorentini and Rodi. Now, flashing the lights as GT4 has brought them even closer together. I think if Rodi wants to do this, it's going to be now. If he wants to really commit to it, he could send it, but he's, again, choosing not to. He's playing it safer. He's playing it a little bit safer here. I think that is a smart move. I don't think he wants to be in the position he's in right now, but he cannot take too much unnecessary risk to get out of it. Buras, meanwhile, on the back of Spatko. Spatko is dealing with a little bit of GT4 traffic just up ahead, but he's negotiating it quite nicely. He's not having any problems with getting that car round. CBRS, oh no, saying that there's been a bit of an issue. Now, we were going to jump in with these two a moment ago, but let's actually just let's turn the clocks back a second. So, going on with the heli, this is multiple cars, this is GT4s getting involved in and bringing these two closer together, but Rodi going for an attack. You can see Fiorentini going hardcore defensive before returning to the racing line. Two of them make brief contact. Rodi's actually going to be peeling out to the edge of the track and ducking in back behind. And Rodi still in P2, but is keeping his word and keeping the challenge alive. You've got to have a lot of hope in yourself You want to make this work. Now, Rody has got the confidence. We've seen that. Although he doesn't throw it all in, he is still going to be showing himself to be a formidable opponent. Fiorentini has only had to really go out of his way to defend once, which is what we just saw. So I think we will be having ourselves a fun time as these two continue to push and chase each other. Smooth and steady. Oh, you can see there Fiorentini is almost collided into by Rody there. That could have ended in disaster. Big panic coming in there. Meanwhile, there is going to be... that is Daughter struggling. Daughter there having a tough time out of this situation and continuing to struggle here in the race. I don't know exactly what happened with them and their car, but they don't seem like they're having any luck. We're just taking a second to look at Rody as he's now dropping out a significant amount of time. Losing out. Not able to keep it here. But he is still going to be driving his best. Still going to have a lot in it. Let's take a look at some of the others, as we do have a little bit of fighting further down that we haven't really paid attention to up until this point. We've got Mirman, Ziga running pretty close, within a couple of tenths of a second of each other. See Mirman and close to say Faber and Luzinas. Meanwhile, it's like these two are trading back and forth at this point now, running very close together. Say Faber previously behind, but not closing in. So sweeping through Faber and Luzinas, closing in on one another. Say the GT4s have been all quiet. Nobody's really going for anything and nobody's got the proximity. Say Castagnoli is leading with the 402 car, Marcel in second and Lagenberg in third. But they're all spaced out by several seconds. Quite a lot of space between them, in fact. Back to it. Rode is going to be finally getting closer to Florentini again. Saying that, so Fiorentini seen better days. Is that him going over the grass there? Having a bit of a wobble. He's gonna have to wrangle that car and get it under control pretty sharpish if he wants any chance at keeping his P1 right now. So we are coming up to, say, the last half an hour from myself, and then we will be going through and switching over to Christian Romano. Brilliant commentator. He will be taking you through the next 2 hours of the endurance racing here as night has fully descended. It's still nice and hot, 25 degrees, but the wind has picked up a little bit more. Ooh, very close there, Rody. Really closing that gap. Oh no, Rody though, going through the gravel, just taking it too hot. Out through the Schumacher S's and dropping himself a lot of time. Punishing. That part of the track is punishing. Fire is lit under the racer's feet. Now, when we get to the second stint, of course, there will be a few driver swaps, making their way round. 12 is going to be close to the back of Alexander Lang. Brody has got, of course, his work to do to catch up once again. But the driver swaps may come into effect once more, so when you have multiple drivers in your arsenal, you have a unique choice to make. One of those choices is whether you want to leverage your strongest drivers early or whether you want to bide the time and deploy them later. Let's say you have 2 drivers between you. You of course want to go about 3 hours each. About 3 hours each. So do you go clean 3 hours or do you divvy it up between multiple stints back and forth to give each other small rest breaks? How you operate as a driver will be a key factor in that. Lagenberg really going to the back of Marcel Noé. See, one of the GT3s are going to be making an appearance. Oh no, that's contact! That's contact made. Something has gone on there. So we're going to take a bit of a replay and see how that played out, as we weren't really able to get the full scope of that incident. So Noé and Lagenberg still duking it out between each other. In the end, the fight is going to subside. Now let's take a rewind here and get on board with the helicopter, as we can see just some of the squabbling that we saw earlier on. They are coming out of the chicane, and say we'll just look onward. Contact being made between the two cars, flashing. But checking in with a certain someone to say Matthew Yodes is doing well. Couple of pointers and issues. Oh, something's... Wait a second. Did we just lose? We just lost Rowdy. We just lost Rowdy. I'm trying to catch him before it was too late, but it's fully disconnected. Yeah, he's gone. He is gone here. And with that, Fiorentini has managed to claim significant advantage now. Now he's not got nearly as much pressure to have to deal with. He's got so much more room to breathe. With that, he is going to be able to leverage it wisely, and he's going to be able to get the stint a little bit more aggressively here. Now remember, within the next 5 minutes, we will have drivers coming in for their second pit stops of the day. Garrett on Cajano right now, going through the final corner. Fiorentini coming out in just a moment. Let's see what the races have in store for us here. Anyway, we're back to it now. So Rossino and Luzinas both into the pits alongside Oliver Traub and Stefan Faber. David Skidland is into the pits himself in the Bentley. So you're going to be heading his way in. Garrett Arrett's still chasing back on Cajano, but I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are now through into the pits on this run. They're not going to continue to perpetuate the conflict. Both of them still are going to be closing the time on each other. Sandor Zabo into the pits as well, alongside many of the GT4s. Laugenberg daughter is into the pits too. Eli Fant, I think, is significantly behind. It looks like they are 23 laps compared to the 30 and then 39. The daughter, I think, is out of here as well, meaning that we do have, in fact, 31 participants by the sounds of things. We have Aretz into the pits. Cajano stays out for a lap longer, so he's trying to overcut on his main opponent. Tommaso Pagliai taking charge of the 103 car now. Karsten Woolman and Vaskevitz in the 112 and 114 cars respective. Florian Ziga is going to overtake Sputko and Aretz in the pit lane. Daniel Meerman also going to be heading in, as well as one of the GT4s now. Christoph Noz and Thomas Brunhober are both in too. Multitude of cars sweeping their way. Let's see, got to be, and a few overtakes from the pit lane owing to the change up. So Wismiller in the 415 car. Ricagno is also going to be in the back and taking things up. Taking things up a notch. Well, we are heading into that next phase of the event now, so there will be a chance for everyone to get a bit of the elbows out now that they've established a bit of a terra firma, a bit of a home base, as it were. Anyram in second, Pagliai in first, of course. John Eraser in the pits with Cajano, Woolman and Vaskevitz doing the same. Nando Zico is coming through now in the McLaren. He's going to be overtaking all the rest and into third. See Eraser. We'll see Woolman and Lang now actually entering the pits as well. He's going to be coming through here. Say Santovenia along with Valenzuela. Also, daughter still in the pits. I think they are. I think it's safe to say that they're retired now. Matija Mex in the 102. Still got to be running a little bit aggressive here because he's got John Eraser 1.5 seconds away. Still chances on the cards. Bismillah into the pits as Marvis Bavis going through and continuing their race. See who is waiting to take a pit stop. I believe everyone has at this point, the only exception being Wismiller, who has now gone in. So the closest person to leave it in terms of stints, I think they might have just dodged the stint timer. They're barely within the 48-minute window. As remember, at the 4-minute 24 mark, everyone would have had to have pitted in. So I'm not sure whether the stewards are going to scrutinise that, considering how close he was to the line. So in about 20 minutes time we will have, of course, the one and only Christian Romano joining us, taking the next 2 hours as things go deeper into the night. The field is going to be very hot running. We do even see some of the GT4s getting close together, although closing in with some of the other racers as well, as that's the 102 of Matija Mex going onto the back of Andreas Knopf, but we'll have Paul Vogel being chased by Björn King, trying to close in. Got a whole second to make up here. I'll say I do like the glowing antenna. That is a nice stylistic touch. It adds a little bit of fun. I think it's an enjoyable design feature. Bin Maisk with once again Johan Meyer reunited the two. Matija Mex also going for an overtake and successfully doing it into the chicane with Andreas Knopf right now. See where Mex is getting the move and holding on to it as well. So despite getting 2 wheels on the grass, he's managing to hold the line just fine. Svatko going for a dart to the inside, but then peeling back out again. I think just trying to get Gansewig in the 117 nervous and try to break his confidence even slightly. That will be a big factor in getting the overtake done. You cannot just fire it in and hope for the best. You need to get into the mind of your opponent. You need to start to break down their defenses, and eventually that's when you get some success. Talking about it as if it's some sort of psychology of war, but even so, there's a way. Checking in with a couple of others. Here's Maiska once again on the back of Meyer right now, just seeing if he can get any hunting done, any kind of gap closed. He's half a second away, and Meyer's a pretty good defender. We've seen him in the past. The ability to defend from him is very commendable. It really is something special here, and I want to see how much more we can push for it. See around the field as well. Zarek on the back of Woolman, Svatko on the back of Gansewig, Maiska on the back of Meyer. GT4s, you got Paul Vogel chasing Björn King down. Svatko getting completely boxed in there as a Gansewig going to the left side of the GT4, and That left the Mustang with nowhere to go. That could have been an overtake, but some strategic placement from the McLaren denied such a motion. Ozarek having much of the same issue here. You can see further down. Warman is up the road here. Ozarek is trying to close on in. So heading into the chicane though, it's going to be Svatko going deep on the brakes and switching him back here. Gansowik not really having much in the way of counter-attack, as the Mustang is just as quickly able to get the grip down and get the door closed. Even with the switch, I don't think they'd be able to get any kind of leverage to be able to hold on to the position now. So Gansowik down. Ozarek still on the hunt. Will he be able to get the attack down on Warman? Let's see. He's darting to the outside. Not able to close back in and switch it. Sad times there. Same deal with Gansowik. He's completely stuck behind a vantage on the exit, so he's lost even more time to Svatko. See Gansowik just still going on the hunt. To say Dragon is back in the NSX now, and looks like he's already making an impact as Florian Ziga is going to be his first target. Good overtake there. Dragon now up into 13th. We are over 50 laps in. At least for the GT3s anyway. For the GT4s, it looks like that we have still got a little bit to go before they cross that magic 50 lap mark. So the GT3s and the GT4s do have their own special draw. Warman has been overtaken by Ozarek here. Just coming up to the start-finish straight and then into turn one, was able to lock it in, confirm it. I'll say that really is a shame that we lost the Aston earlier, because now we have a case where Pagliai and the 103 car is just able to run away. He didn't have, I'll say, with Brody now gone, he's not got anyone to keep him honest. Pagliai's just be able to run away into the sunset. Now 24.5 seconds clear from Maniram. Björn King trying to chase to Kajlanen as he's managed to completely break away from Paul Vogel. Will we be able to actually peel that in? Let's find out. So Warman as well, checking back with our GT3s, was briefly attacking Ozarek and unfortunately lost out on that second to third sector transition. Björn King getting much closer now. Coming in hot to the back of Kajlanen. Just finalising the arrangements for Mr. Romano to join us and be our guide for the midsection of this final round here at the ACC Drive Endurance Series. Round 12 and final round of Season 18. Before we go and say goodbye and say hello, I have to say it's been an absolute honour to broadcast this season. Not as much as the previous season have I been around. It's been mostly due to other commitments, IRL commitments, being a teacher in my day job, as well as other things. But it is an absolute pleasure to broadcast for you watching at home and to bring these events to you on behalf of LFM, as well as on a personal level. Thank you to everyone for watching and supporting us up until this point. So Meisker coming through, Björn King chancing it for a chance at P5 for the GT4s. Say Dortus out of the... It looks like Eli has managed to overtake and go into 32nd, so we were previously questioning whether Eli was in or out, considering he had a pit stop of 2,500 seconds, at least according to the internal data. Questioning whether he was in or out. Well, looks like he's in, and it's overtaken from the Dormant Daughter. See Kejlanen and Björn King go for a bit of a swaps here. Let's see what's happened, as there was a yellow and a accident trigger. Let's actually go on board with a heli, as there's Björn. Kejlanen on the defensive. Sticks to the racing line for the most part, but then King goes to the inner of turn 1. Goes through, trying to switch it back. Contact made. Clean move, but Kejlanen just going into the back of him there. And that is going to seal the deal. So Paul Vogel, well, we're briefly checking in with as he's getting overtaken by GT3s. Tom Winch has overtaken the seating, was taken the seat of the Ginetta here. Krobler as well in second of the GT4s. Now before we hand over, we're going to take stock of our podium sitters for GT3 and GT4 respectively. Then we'll be handing over to Mr. Chromadex, aka Arno. P1 is going to go to Pagliai, currently piloting the 103 Vantage for MR Reparto Coaching. Kevin Maniram is your second place holder with close quarter racing in the Bentley number 999 car. And then Nandor Zico with the LMLM Team Hungary McLaren, the 106. Moving to your GT4 cohort, it's going to be Nicola Martignoni for the Reparto Coaching team as well, so double lead for MR. And then it's Calet Racing teams. Timo Krobler recovered with the 401 in the Vantage right there, and then 405 going to the Colorworks Racing team, Oliver Zahn. But enough dilly-dallying, let's get a friend in and let's have a chat with what our racers can expect to see for the next 2 hours. So jumping in, Christian, how are you?
Pretty good. It's hot outside, but it's chill here, both luckily in my room because there is AC, and in the racetrack because it's nighttime at least there. So yeah, pretty good.
Good to hear. Yeah, the track has cooled down a little bit. Still 24 degrees, so still fairly hot, but it's a little bit more manageable now. I think the wind might be something to be aware of at least. That tiny wind may introduce a bit of a hiccup, but It's great to have you. Thank you, as always, for jumping in, especially jumping in a little bit earlier than planned. Do massively appreciate it. Have you been able to catch any of the first 2 hours or like the cliff notes of how it's going?
To be fair, it's been quite an eventful race. I'm pretty interested about the leader at the moment because the leader is usually, which is, if I remember correctly, yes, it is the Reparto coaching team. I don't think they have won a race in endurance, if I remember correctly. And in any case, usually they are not up front so dominantly. They've been gaining time and time on the second place car, which is a 999. In second place, the close quarter racing, and they are extending the gap at the moment. Usually they are pretty much on the podium and following the leaders, but this time they are the leader, and I'm quite happy about them, even because they are an Italian team, so I am contractually obliged to root for them. but yeah, overall, nice to see them up front in such a dominant fashion, I would say.
Yeah, because they got, of course, say you've got the leader GT3, but also GT4 as well with the McLaren. So they're really sort of taking control of both sides of the spectrum, haven't they?
Yeah, usually I don't see a GT4 team being lined up by Emir Reparto coaching, but this time they chose to put together a team even for GT4 field, a GT4 class, which ultimately already saw the winners in GT4. In speaking of which, they are not in the race, so now well, this afternoon rather. It's not really night yet. The usual Maserati this car being used by the Dynamic Youngstars is not here tonight, and the 402, the Reparto coaching GT4 McLaren, now took the, let's say, the hierarchy of the Youngstars, and now they are leading by quite a little gap, only 5.7 seconds on the Khalid Racing team, which usually is one of the teams that you have to look around because they are always there and they always want to nearly colliding with a Ferrari, just when I mentioned them. Usually they are one of those teams that really try to give a challenge to the GT4 field, and this time they are quite close to the lead. They can still make it, obviously 4 hours to go, plenty of time to make moves, and only 7 seconds after 2 hours is pretty good.
Yeah, to say the Khalid Racing team, they're certainly one to watch, but that is where I'm going to be jumping out at this point and just hand it into your capable hands. So thank you again, Christian. We're going to go mute for a little bit just while we transition the live streams over, and then you'll be rejoined by the maestro himself. But we'll see you all. Thanks again, folks, for having me for the first couple of hours and for qualifying. It has been an absolute pleasure this entire season. And in terms of LFM, there's still plenty more on the horizon, so don't go anywhere. Be much racing ahead, and future seasons, of course, where things are only going to get better. But for now, that's going to be us done. We'll be back with you in a couple of minutes once we have switched the keys over.
So here we are. Has been jumped out, and I jumped into the action. I'm Chris Romano, and currently we are in 4th still, as I said, just a few minutes ago for another 4 hours of racing. At the moment, Mix Vatko for S18 Motorsport just following the car in front, that is Tobias Gainswig. In the 117 McLaren, just trying to protect the position from the outside, a bit difficult, and matter of fact, he probably didn't expect the inside line to be occupied by the Mustang, that now lost some time on exit speed, as the Boosted Sim Racing 117 doesn't protect the inside, possibly knowing that the Mustang couldn't really do anything in an overtaking position, and so the top 10 remains unchanged. As always, if there are any... Oh wait, there is Florian Zimmer going into the inside line. That's 13th placed, and the car that goes extremely wide, and that's still 14th for Florian Ziegler. For the other S18 Motorsport Porsche, not the Mustang, this time it's Porsche. And so Martin Wallman for Haitao Motorsport remains in 13th place. So some battles are going on at the moment. Tommaso Pagliai leads the race comfortably by 23 seconds on Kevin Maniram in a 999. Not sure why the number is broken on the Bentley. It's completely broken, to be fair. And Nandor Siko in the LMLM Racing Team Hungary by another 36 seconds. But here the 9th place is still hot, and likely still undecided between these two that are 29th and 10th. Last lap for Gainswig as he goes on the outside. That was a terrible exit for the McLaren that loses the position on the Mustang, that goes on the Assetto from the outside and takes 9th place even prior to the chicane. And so this, that's a bit loose on the rear for the 117, and that's the position down for Svatko. 9th place at the moment for the Ford driver. Into the lap number 63 out of what I suppose it to be another 89 laps. Exactly 1/3 of the race, obviously, since it's exactly 1/3. Now, can Gainswig get back in front of the Mustang driver? I don't know, but at the moment Svatko is certainly having a better time. His current delta is already 3 times better than the last lap, so he is certainly having a good time here in the S18 Motorsport Mustang. In GT4 field, Nicola Martignoni for MR Reparto Coaching, still leading in his class, and also pretty consistent with a 0.5.1 being set in 2 different laps, and it's the same 0.5.1 being set by Timo Krobler just behind. Although you can see in the lap number 55 there is a clear difference between the two. With there is Florian Ziegler now battling with Wallman, and I think something happened because the gap dropped massively all of a sudden, and I'd like to see the reason for it. We go for a replay of the action. So, that's why. That was the Aston Martin Vantage V8 that goes into the grass. They're going wide on turn 4. Oh, wait, apologies, turn 5. I think it was turn 5, yes. It's definitely turn 5. So now Wallman is following Florian Ziegler. As the S18 Motorsport Porsche is 4 seconds behind Michael Hosek and Thorsten Dragon. Another 13 seconds up front in the Honda NSX as he goes into the inside line into turn 1. Can he make it through on the McLaren that is bleeding positions and time? Oh, there is a contact, but Thorsten Dragon is now 10th. They had quite an eventful start of the race after starting in the top 5. Now they are in 10th place. But they were in 11th, now they're in 10th at the very least. And they've been lapping quite fast, 55.1 in the last lap, which was the 64th. Svatko only 56.5. Gainsvik completely out of track with a 58.1. So terrible disaster for Tobias Gainsvik in the 117. As Mattia Max goes into the pits for a change of tires, quite likely. So Florian Ziegler here and Martin Wollman. So Wollman quite undecided there. It seems like he could gain some time, and then he lost again in the very same corner. And again here in the hairpin. It seems like Wollman is struggling for some reasons. It's like the rear is not really there. So I wonder if it is any damage or the pressures are incorrect. It could also be a possibility. So Mattia Maxi was in 4th for Revolution. Oh, there is a yellow flag. Oh, that's a Johannes Meyer for the Staten Motorsport that had an issue. So we can see the reason for the yellow flag. So he was following a Mercedes GT4 into the Schumacher S. He lost the rear, went on the gravel, and lost some time, but nothing major. Meanwhile here, Thorsten Dragon for Dragon Racing Team. The 111 is very, very close to Mike Svatko. This could be for 8th place. Overall, as it also the battle for 15th after Meyer went wide. Now he's battling with Finn Meske in the 113. Just behind. So you can see the Honda driver don't look at the delta time, at the delta position on the bottom right, since that's position since I joined the lobby. But a battle between the Germans at the moment, with Croatian behind as he thinks about a launch on the inside, but that can't happen. A bit on the gravel for Dragon. Also Colin now driving in the 102 Evolution Motors Semi-Sport. They were in 3rd. No, apologies, in 4th. Just prior to the pits. As Thorsten Dragon still very much in contention for 8th place. And there is also the battle for 5th. Sparkling but terrible exit by the Mustang driver that is currently having a bit of discussion with the McLaren GT4, and that's Dragon nearly losing the rear and crunching himself into the Honda that had to dive into the one, flashing to say to apologize for that, as Dragon now sits in front of Mick Svatko, and behind them there is the Bentley, and that's 999, which is in 2nd place. So they've been lapped at the moment. Back behind in 16th place, battle between Porsches with Meyer and Meske, battling for 15th place, 113. If you're new to the LFM environment, the number represents their strength against the field. So number 13 means that they are the 13th best car, and anything better than that position is an improvement on their halo, but not mandatorily, since you can also be less. You can also arrive less than what you are expected to arrive, but still gain points, just less of them, since you gain penalty in points rather, or more a multiplication of points, but with a 0 point something, depending on the position delta. So if you arrive at your own position, you get the elo points per one, and then if you gain positions compared to where you were supposed to arrive, you get more points, obviously. And if you arrive at a position that is less than expected, you lose points based on the position overall. So it's a bit of quite complicated system. Well, not really complicated since it's just a multiplier for your expected position and elo points for your overall position. The combination of the two gives you elo points augmentation or deduction. So here makes Vatko battling with Robert Klein in the 102, for example. If they arrive 10th, they will lose good amount of elo points plus negative multiplier. As Robert Klein, Meizatko and Toss and Dragon are all battling for 45 seconds behind Hans Meyer and Christian Winkler and Lawrence Luizinas in 5th place. So there are 2 groups at the moment, and there was oh, that's Gainswig. So yellow flags in the 117. I wonder if it was for... It's again showing yellow flags, so something is wrong with this car. As you can see, coming out of the pits, and then stopping. And it still is stopping on track. Very odd. Oh, there is contact here, and Robert Klein and Zvatko collided, and this is into the stadium. So it is into turn 2. Something happened to Klein and Zvatko. Just as I was watching what was happening to the McLaren driver, and this is the replay of the action, or the collision rather, with the Mustang that is on the outside. We can try to get into the inside, mismanage the space that was between the McLaren and the Ford, and collided with Zvatko, who is now in 10th place. There was also a bit of a situation happening in GT4 where John King lost a position on Anton Klimov. So that's 3rd place in class, and the Maserati for Rapki Motorsport is now in 3rd in class, or 21st overall. As a Fisher Racing Esports with a main filter livery is now in 6th. Last lap it was a 6.4 for Winkler, 6.3 for Luzinas, and 7.0 for Meyer. And Alberto Bertio shown slow on the circuit, not sure why. So Christian Winkler here as he laps the 411 that was nearly colliding with them. That is the car in 6th overall, as Paul Vogel is now into the pits. Oh, there is a collision there, and that's the Ferrari off track. That was Ludinas colliding with the Mercedes GT4. I think it was the Mercedes GT4. It was Benjamin Holt. Yes, it was with Ordnungsamt. Don't know if it's said like this. And Christian Winkler actually has damage. Oh, look at this. Look at when he brakes. So not now, but you can see also the bonnet being slightly lifted up. So there is damage to the 105 Fisher Racing Esports. You can also see the front right headlight blinking at times, especially in the braking zone. So clearly there is some damage to the front right of the car as the McLaren 109 Hans Meyer goes into the inside and takes the position number 6. So that's a German against German action. Yeah, you can clearly see it is quite evident the damage from this perspective on the 105. I'm not sure what happened to their car. As there is a yellow flag, but I'm not entirely sure. If this is the reason, so this was a yellow flag for the 105. I can see there isn't damage to the car yet here. So probably this is the reason. Oh, he lost the front end of the car. Lost the position. But I can see damage. Meanwhile, someone collided with someone else because that was Dragon in the 111 and the 412. So this is the Honda NSX. As you can see, there is a McLaren on the outside and clipping the grass and a front end bump between the two. With quite an embarrassing situation for both of them, with the McLaren and the Honda that didn't manage to unstuck themselves in a quick way. As now there are some pit stops for us all. And this also leaves me to see what happened here, because there was a lot of contact here between the 112 and the 413, 999. What the 999? This is a bit of an old replay. Something happened to the Bentley with Kevin Maniram. It's being shown an incident for this car. That's not a... Oh, there is a big hit actually. It's not really the slimmest of accidents. That was from 10 minutes ago. And this was the incident between the 102 and... Apologies, the... I can't find it. It's... Where is my Ferrari? I lost my Ferrari. This is quite an issue for me. Why can't I find it anymore? And that's why, because the race control is a bit glitchy at the moment. So for some reasons I still can't see the cars that exit. In fact, Hans Meyer is now back in 4th. Okay, so I have to wait a couple of, well, at least seconds, maybe a minute. Unfortunately, in the Nürburgring GP, this happens at times, but Quick Crash, sponsored by Sim Quips, is now just behind Anton Kimov, as that will be 20th overall or second place in class. So Maserati up front. Remember that Maserati doesn't have traction control nor ABS, so it's essentially that car is always up front, possibly a good bop for them since they don't have any help. That was the leader passing through, that was Mattia Calendini in the lead, and both cars are now pitting, leaving our fight for later on, as there is another one here for another Mercedes GT4, this time against Tobias Logenberg in the CRT Khalid racing team that goes in front since Oliver Zahn had to pit. As Basti Winkler had 18 seconds of damage, but it's unfair. I cannot see when the incident happened. Because that replay I showed you early on, that was the only replay being acknowledged by my race control. As Basti Winkler goes on the outside, that's Jonas Meyer. That after a contact goes for half spin. And loses the position on the Winkler. And Mantas Lysinas, now he is back in 9th place in my race control. Which I hope is the correct one, because at the very least now he is present in my leaderboard. As 4 minutes ago he wasn't. So 110 Ferrari is now battling with Wallman. Battling is a bit of a strong word since Wallman is going into the pits. And Mantas Lysinas is in 8th place in the 110. Ferrari that had a contact with the GT4 but didn't repair the car. As this was the incident between the Ferrari and the Mercedes number 415. As you can see, a bit of miscommunication between the two. Even the Ferrari. Oh, that was the contact. Oh, that was the contact. Let me have a look again. I think that was the contact. Let's see. Oh, please. So yeah, Basti Winkler didn't have damage here. So yeah, here is the contact between the Mercedes and the other GT4. Oh, big hit. Oh, that's why. That's why there was damage finally. Long last, I found it. It's now being discovered the reason for Winkler's damage on the front end of the car. And that was a contact with the MG GT4. As that was the car number 415, currently in 40th place. Benjamin Holt. Is also why Basti Winkler is now 17 seconds behind his opponent. Jonas Meyer is now back on track. Just behind Oliver Traub and barely in front of Marcel Hoppe. Well, there's also the fight for the lead, because here it is the battle between Castagnoli and Longberg. So MR Reparto Coaching and Khalid Racing Team. And this is for the lead in GT4. This is for the win in class. And as always, I like to keep the same priority to both classes if they're battling for the lead, especially if they're battling for the lead. As the 402 is back in the pits. Oh no. Oh no. I may understand why they're back in the pits. This is speeding in the pit lane, or a track limit violation. So Castagnoli, he was the leader of the race up to this point. They came into the pits, and the lap after they are back into the pits and they are going through. So this is a drive-through. Not sure if it is for track limits or for speeding, but I'm inclined to say it is for speeding. And now Castagnoli is back on the racetrack, but he is 27 seconds behind the leader. And the 402 has to make back those 27 seconds in 3 hours and a half. It's not impossible, but it would have been better if the drive-through never happened. Niels Busch here, now driving the 115 Porsche. .5 seconds behind Marcel Hoppe, and now 7.5 seconds in front of Max Wunder. Battling with the traffic here in the faster car. He is currently nearly 2 seconds behind Busch, so maybe behind Hoppe, so not much that can be done at the moment for Busch. And Calendini, he made a very lengthy pit stop, 39.4 seconds compared to David Skulland. For close quarter racing in the 999, the Bentley was stationed in the pits for 33.2 seconds. So I suppose the damage from early on either was irrelevant or they didn't repair the car, because 33.2 is quite specific. So maybe they had just half a second of damage to be repaired, which is very, very lucky, and there is contact. There's contact between Wunder and someone else. So this is the 118 BMW for Flatline Motorsport in 17th place. Another MG GT4 is involved, and again it is a 415, but this time around it wasn't for the fault, it was just a BMW going a bit wide, and oh, that's Bentley going over the curbs. So as I was saying, I think it was only half a second, which is quite lucky for them. And there is a 15-second gap. Now, last lap for Calendini and Skulland was a 54.3, so there hasn't been a gain in this very lap, in lap number 76, so really 10 laps have passed. As the Savo behind sits a minute away, so very likely this is only a battle between Calendini and MR Reparto Coaching and Skulland and the close quarter racing. 3 drivers lineup for the leading team, only 2 for the 999. Currently Skulland is on the wheel, but Kevin Maniram is alongside him. Meanwhile, in the MR Reparto Coaching leading the race, Mirko Fiorentini, Tommaso Pagliai and Mattia Calendini are in the Aston Martin with a black, white and red livery. Sandor Savo for LM Racing Team Hungary shares the car with Matej Saxi and Nandor Siko. That's very, very, very likely they are also battling for position with Robert Klein. Now Evolution Sim Sports is here in 4th and 9 seconds behind Sabo. The last lap it was a 55.1, but you can see the history of the lap times, 4.9, 6.4, 5.1, so quite inconsistent. Meanwhile, if you go to Sabo's history, we can see that it is even worse in that regard, because it is a 7.9, 5.4 and 4.7. And I'm quite sure that's not because of pit lane. Meanwhile, Van Dijk here and Klimov, as Van Dijk jumped Maserati for position just in front of the leader in GT3. This Van Dijk now in 23rd place overall, 5th place in class. And let's see the action from the Hericam. You can see already taking the inside line into turn 1, side by side for a good chunk of time. And that was the position done for Van Dijk. Although it's probably not over yet. Or maybe it is. But there was contact between Cayenne and 118. Also there was a drive-through for... No, never mind. It's another thing. So now the 407 has a 10 seconds gap to Paul Vogel, who is only 2 seconds behind Oliver Zahn. So the battle for the podium is still on. 3 hours and a half to go. Plenty of time to make. Also, since it's a very long race, if you are a driver from one of the teams, just know that the interview room is available for you if you want to be interviewed for any particular reason. Whether you are a team owner or a driver of a certain team in the race, you are welcome here. And there was a contact said earlier between the 411 and another car. This was Kronos Racing Team, car currently in 25th overall. I think the Bentley will be, yep, quite aggressive on the move. I don't think the Aston really approved that move. And in 6th place, it's a battle that could happen shortly. As especially here and Apex Predators are battling for 6th place. .8 seconds only between the two, although 109 went on for a 4.7 in the last lap compared to a 5.9. Oh, nearly in the rear. And I think he lost 2 temps there. So let's go. And Woolman also battling for 12. So there are quite a few battles on track. Oh, there is also contact between someone as Rancagno made contact with someone else. Again, it not showed on the history. Oh, there is a yellow flag. Oh, this is Mavus Bavus being shown as slow on track. On the 408, so clearly something happened to this car. We are on the final hairpin as Babus goes for Team Purple Deluxe. Oh, he has been. Oh, there was contact. Oh, that's a wall. And that was a McLaren. That was a McLaren. And I'm quite sure I know the McLaren there. I think it was. Where is it? I can't find it. But I'll think about it later on because there is still a battle here between Klimov and Van Dijk. 23rd overall. But this is technically also the battle for the podium because the podium is only 7 seconds up ahead. So Oliver Zahn is possibly not happy about all these. Well, honestly, if Van Dijk and Klimov start battling, this could just benefit the driver in the podium position. Oliver Zahn in 21st place and Vogel just a second behind. But here they still go one after the other with the Maserati that has more difficulties into the braking zone for obvious reasons. And here Paul Vogel and Oliver Zahn just some 100 meters in front. This was a battle in GT3 as Max Vatko and Martin Wallman aren't over yet. With a battle for position 12th place. This is for 12th place. And I'm not really sure who to follow because everyone could make a move any second. And 108 makes Vatko lapped. Oh, that's the gravel for Wallman, and that's Martin Wallman onto the gravel. 114 loses the position on Max Vatko, and that's Staten Motorsport gaining the place on them with a mistake from Wallman. Again, it was the rear, and again, it was the car losing a position once more for a driver mistake. So Martin Wallman not really helping the situation there. I'm starting to think that there is a problem with the rear of the car. I don't think it is damage since I didn't see them collide with anybody else. But oh, there's contact! Oh, there is more contact here. This time it is between Vogel and Oliver Zahn. Zahn was with 2 wheels airborne. That was the inside line, which was the right side being slightly airborne as Oliver Zahn gains back the position, but this is just helping behind both Maya Van Dijk and Anton Klimov. And this is, remember, for the podium. Let's see again what happened into turn 1 between the two. So look at this. We're looking at the Color Box Racing team in 21st place. As McLaren starts to go on the dive. Yep. As done. Wasn't as aggressive as I spot into turn 1 as Martin Wallman is not over yet. So apparently he has the speed. It's just that he sometimes make mistakes. As these two are still one after the other, so Paul Vogel gains the position on Oliver Zahn. 405 Colorworks loses the position onto the left-hander, and this is now Van Dijk behind, looking for a possible position. As Volga gained third place in class. Zahn followed behind by 1 second. Oh, going wide into the last hairpin. And now Van Dijk has a chance into turn 1. Battle against Mercedes. And this is Van Dijk getting the inside line and the position. And that's 22nd place overall. 4th in class for Maya Van Dijk. And now Anton Klimov could make another position. And this is big because the German driver lost 2 places in a single lap, but it's not over yet. He's trying something, but I think his attempts from the outside actually made him lose some more time. Meanwhile, there's also a battle here between Wunder and Bunch. Max Wunder on the inside on turn 1. Niels Bunch behind. That's the Streiter Motorsport Porsche. This is for 16th overall. This is just happening. Just behind them. As we go back into the GT4 field, you can see the Maserati about to make the move. This is also in front of one of the GT3s, but I can't really see which one it is. I'm trying to get a look. It's the one in 11th place. That's Lorenz Wagner in the Porsche that takes the inner line, overtakes the MG GT4, but by doing so, there's Oliver Zahn losing some time. This could be Anton Klimov making another position, and this could be Oliver Zahn losing another one. In the span of 2 laps, he lost 3 positions, and this is into the chicane, braking very early. And the 405 is now in 24th, with Anton Klimov now in 23rd. As the battle for the podium didn't stop. Paul Vogel only 7 times in front of Maya Van Dijk. And Paul Vogel, interesting strategy, because in the last lap they pitted only technically because they didn't stop the car. They went only for a drive-through, and this is okay because when the stint timer is over, you are not required to stop. You are just required to get into the pit lane. So this puts Paul Vogel in a different tactic with all the tires, with less fuel, compared to Maya Van Dijk, who at the moment has a usual tactic. So full service in the last pit stop. Can the MG get the inner line, trying whatever is possible? You can see the McLaren struggling to tackle the inside as the tires are starting to give up on Vogel. Klimov behind is looking forward to this battle, as unfortunately we'll just be able to tell you without visuals the battle between Wallman and Traub. They are battling for 13th. I think the battle for the podium has priority in this regard. As the moment I mentioned them, Traub made a mistake and now he's 1.3 seconds behind Wallman. So there isn't a fight anymore there. Last lap it was at 07.8 for Vogel, and 06.5 for Castagnoli in front, and at 06.8 for Van Dijk. So I'm starting to think there is a possibility for a second place if The 407 can make the move happen. Meanwhile, you can see the McLaren going into the inside, and it could help massively. The 407 who gets the apex of the hairpin takes the position, and this is Maya Van Dijk currently into the podium in GT4, but it's not over yet because the McLaren has a better exit speed through the start finish line. Oh, there's a contact! Oh, there's one over and the car is into the wall! Oh, there's a big one! And Anton Klimov is now in 4th in class because Vogel is still in 3rd. But just on a straight line. That was, I should see it again, I'm sure it wasn't on purpose, but it was a pit maneuver being made from the McLaren team. And this practically gives the podium to Anton Klimov as it stands. Because whatever happens, this is certainly a penalty, 100% of the time, unless it was the Mercedes that waved into the McLaren, but I should see it again from a replay. But it's not over yet, as Anton Klimov still follows Paul Vogel, still on the outside of the apex into the hairpin. And apparently everything is starting to heating up again, as if it was the very start of the race, because there is also a battle for 6th. Oh, it was Luisans that lost the position number 6, and that is still a Mercedes. It is still alive. Van Dijk makes back the position on the Maserati, although it doesn't have any more a front end. He just doesn't care, and the 407 is back in 4th place. That car certainly doesn't have any more straight line speed. But the car is still alive. And Oliver Zahn is also back in the fight in some way. 407, that was massive. That was massive. Let's have a look again at what happened from the helicam. You can see from here, we are in the middle of the main straight. McLaren goes on the left. I should see from the onboard camera, but that seemed like McLaren. I'm not really sure. It was very odd because there was plenty of space on the left. But unless I should see the wheel inputs, but I'm not sure if Van Dijk maybe steered on the left or not. Meanwhile, Oliver Traub and Martin Wallman and Marcel Hoppe all for 13th place. So Oliver Traub and Marcel Hoppe following the Aston Martin that made a couple of mistakes during the stint. There is the speed for this car, but there isn't the consistency. You can see also from the lap times, 7.4, 7.2, 8.1, and this is the Porsche, and this is Oliver Traub going on to the outside. Can he make the move into the chicane? No, he cannot. He stays behind. It looks... Oh, there is a mistake from Traub. He goes into the grass and loses the position on Marcel Hoppe. He goes into the grass and takes the position number 14 on Traub, and this is MC Nombo losing position on the boosted sim racing. This was also losing us, gaining a place on Competix. For Apex Predators, there was just too much going on. See if I can... Or maybe not, I don't have the time. I'm quite sure I don't have the time because Marcel Hoppe is also battling with Martin Wallman for the position. He goes into the inside. Can he make the move stick? And oh, there is contact between the two, and another car is off, and that car is off into the main track. Oh, that's fourth place, McLaren that collides with Martin Wallman, and the two crashes into each other. The two crashed into each other. You can see Krillin extremely unhappy, colliding more onto the Aston Martin. You can see again what happened. There's another incident here for us. So you can see the contact. Oh yeah, straight on impact for Robert Klin for Evolution Sim Sport. And then not happy, colliding again with them. So it's again, but this time from the helicam. It's a little too late, this one here. Yeah, you can see the McLaren extremely unhappy. I think it is the correct word. But look at this from the helicam. You can see up front contact between the McLaren and the Aston Martin with the Evolution Sim Sport that didn't really slow down. And that brought the two cars into a collision. And this is Robert Klin into the pits. Robert Klin into the pits. To repair the car. So now go back into 13th place. Oh, with 3 hours to go. So let's go. Oh, look at this. There is also the battle for the podium. Anton Klimov managed to gain a position on Vogel, who also lost a position on Van Dijk once more. As the Mercedes takes the position on the inside line just prior to Schumacher S. And that's Maya Van Dijk that is now in 4th, but probably just temporarily. As I remember that Van Dijk has a lot of damage. On the front end of the car. And that's the Quip Crash sponsored by SimQuips will probably need some repair on the order of the 15 seconds even. Which will bring the car close to Tom Winch. 7th place in class. So Oliver Traub extremely close to McLaren. Once more, that's still Marcel Hoppe that collided heavily with Aston Martin, now in 17th place. With Fabian Busch now in 11th place, now driving the Evolution Sim Sport McLaren 102. 11th place for them, just behind the Wagner. Outside the top 10. Well, just outside, to be fair. 8 times aren't a lot, but considering where they were, it's a bit of a calamity in their journey. Oh, that's a possible collision between the two. It was very close between Trob and Hoppe, as Vatko is struggling. 9.9, the last lap for the Mustang. That's possibly a mistake for them, and it is also the battle for 10th place here between Lorenz Wagner, Fabian Busch, as Evolution Sim Sport has to gain back the time they lost in the incident just minutes ago. But on the upside, they are on fresh tires. 55 seconds. They had 25 seconds of damage that had to be repaired. And they were also in about 4th. So this is a disaster for their race. They are probably on race from... They are probably 5th or 6th now. As Buresh, the Evolution Sim Sport McLaren, goes into the inside and takes the position just prior to the final chicane. Quite angry McLaren, I will say, considering what happened early on. So as it stands, I'm actually a bit surprised, but my Vantic is not really losing time. 6.1 was the last lap, although they are possibly losing about half a second per lap. The damage isn't as bad as I thought. They are still in 4th, but 3rd place is still possible. I'm starting to think that 2nd place is not possible anymore, so at this point just keep up with the pace and with the damage. Mantas Lysinas and John Razor for SG Endo Performance, 4th place. The gap is only 2 seconds. And in the last lap they both made a 55.9. But the history of lap times gives some right to Lysinas. A more steady pace as Paul Vogel is now into the pits. Remember, this car is off sync because they went into the pits but didn't service the car, so they just went literally through the pits. They used a dive through to split their stint, or rather to terminate the stint and to begin the second one. Last lap for Trob. 7.4 for Hoppe. It's completely useless now because Hoppe goes into the pits. So we can go back into 4th place because the Razor made a mistake. Now the gap is only 1.3 seconds between Razor and Lysinas. I think actually that was Razor going... no, he wasn't going into the pit, so it's just Razor going very, very slow into the lap. 7.0 for Razor, 6.3 for Lysinas. As they approach turn 1. And then into the Mercedes Arena, and there is a white flag for Mattia Calendini, so mistake for this car leading the race, but with an asterisk, because Skurlant is only 11 seconds behind. Remember, 1 hour ago, the gap was literally double that. It was 22 seconds. Now it is 11. So this means that battle for the lead is not over yet. And there's also the battle for 4th place. As you can see, Generator went for the outside line and lost another 7 attempts on losing us. And once losing us is only a second behind. But wait, I think they are brother because Loninas and Mantas are driving the car, both with the same surname, so unless they are unique, that's a gravel for using us. As they try to get over the McLaren in now. Can't find the number. 406. Which is now in 25th place, so that's why. I was searching below. They are only 25th even after the pit stop. He made another mistake, it seems. Although he didn't lose time, 55.6. Well, he didn't lose time compared to himself, but he did compared to Skullant. Last lap it was a 5.0, this lap 5.1. So another half second has been burned away from the 999 Bentley. That car is starting to appear in the mirror. This could be major for Calendini, as the Italian team may start to struggle now. Only half a second between Racer and using us. Although it wasn't an incredible loss for Racer, he lost 2 attempts, but that's also because Lucinas had to avoid an incident. Clean up front, remember, 40 seconds between the Racer and the podium. Another minute between Sabo and Skullant. As Calendini goes into the pits, same for Wunder. Oh, that's the McLaren getting stuck behind the McLaren, ironically. And that's a good chance for losing us to get into 4th. As a Ferrari driver, currently only 2 Ferraris in the whole GT3 field, but also they are both in the top 10, so clearly not a bad car. Also, finally, it's good to see a lot of variance in the car choice. There is a good amount of McLaren, Ferrari, Astons, not really a single manufacturer in particular being present. On the upper part of the field. Ferrari seems to go into the pits. This wasn't the plan to say, but this just goes into the pits now. As Winker comes out, goes into the pits, even for him. That's a pit lane. You go back into the GT4 field, where Boto and Kanisha fighting for 25th overall. And the Christoph North, that's a lot of damage for this car. Remember that there was contact between them and the McLaren currently in so essentially I lose them every single time. And GT3 field, anyway. With Thomas Brunneberg making a position up front. Oh, it's a bit of a mess in the race control because many cars are getting into the pits. So Oliver is into the pits. And so likely this also means that we are close to the pits even for Anton Klimov and Maya van Dijk, who unfortunately is in 4th and will have to repair the car, highly likely. After currently back on the circuit, but this car Castagnoli is back into the lead, but remember, he still needs to pit. There's only 2 cars in the past hour had a drive-through. Maybe Rancagno was the other car getting a drive-through. So not a gap between the leader and the Maniram now driving the Bentley is 12 seconds. Just a normal pit stop for both cars. Nothing that oh wait, there's a yellow flag this time around. It was the 103 with a yellow flag. Just when I mentioned them, the very second I mentioned their car, there is a mistake for them. So the gap is 11 seconds. Oh, that was some miscommunication, let's say, between Fiorentini and I'm quite sure that was the other. Oh, that was ironically their sister team in GT4. So This has been quite an eventful race, and now even the teammates are getting in the way of their parent team. It's Fimeske and Mix Vatko. 15th place being discussed here, but technically also 14th because Fabio Rescigno in the Flatline Motorsport BMW is 14th here and only 3 seconds up front. These two that were in the pits for 3 seconds more. Oh, there is more contact, and Fimeske took out Botto in the 406 McLaren. That was Fimeske making contact with them. Also Svatko made contact with Aston Martin GT4. And apparently, so 2 hours and 48 minutes to go, so we passed the middle point. But so far, this has been quite eventful. There have been way too many incidents compared to the usual, where after about 2 hours, the racecraft is there, the cars are spread out in a even fashion, and usually nothing major happens. And in a single hour and 20 minutes, I think I saw the entirety of the incidents of an entire season in 73 minutes. So, yeah, good so far. Usually it doesn't be like this, so if this is your first race that you're looking, if you're watching, welcome, I guess. Yeah, obviously season finale, so possibly some teams are just going with the all or nothing mentality. It's not like there is another race after this one, so this point is just go with the flow and hope for the best. At worst, you lose positions. At best, you gain. But okay, that wasn't the most insightful comment of my life. But it's not like there is a second race after this one, so many are just going for the 100%. Matter of fact, there is a contact here, the 407 and the 102. And another time it is a McLaren, another time it is a Mercedes-AMG GT4. This time it was Fabian Buresh making contact with Balazs Fer in the Whip Crash car. And I'm not joking, my race control... Okay. I just had a look at my event board and it's literally only accidents. That's fantastic stuff. So Buresh is currently behind the Wolfschläger and losing us and Noff. So there are 10 seconds between Noff in 4th and Buresh in 7th. If you really want to go deeper, there is also Farber, another 10 seconds behind, but it's still possible for Farber to get into 4th. It's completely plausible in 2 hours and 35 minutes. It's certainly possible, even because with these many incidents at this point, I doubt anyone will arrive at the finish flag without damages. I will be extremely surprised about this. And for a bit of information, speaking about incidents and whatnot, the 407 was in the pits for 20 more seconds after the pit maneuver in the main straight. Now again, I'm not really sure if it was the McLaren going for a revert of what it was doing, so maybe going back into the slipstream but mismanaged the measurement, or if it was the Mercedes actually going to the left, because from the helicam it seemed like actually both of actions happened at the same time. So if I was a steward, I would need the onboard camera because that would be essential, but from here I couldn't gather that information. I will not say who was at fault, but now the 407 is in 25th place and that car was battling for the podium. That McLaren that collided with them is only 7 seconds up ahead in 23rd. Alex Rodriguez currently stopped on track to let other cars pass by. And Fabian Burech 4 tenths behind Lucas Wolfschlager. So can Evolution Sim Sports gain some more positions? Remember, they had to stop for 25 more seconds after contact with Carsten Wallman in 17th place. That was a fault. That was certainly an opportunity, kind of. There wasn't the space available for Burech, so he will remain behind Wolfschlager. Last lap for Burech was a 5.3, so an entire second quicker than Wolfschlager. An entire half, no, not even 4 tenths quicker than losing us. And the same for Nop, because both cars in 4th and 5th submitted a 5.7, 5.3 for Burech, 6.1, apologies, for Wolfschlager. You can see Burech struggling because he is quicker. He wants to pass and he wants to do it quickly, but he is now in dirty air and he cannot really dive bomb because he already has damage to the front end of the car. Remember, there was a contact between Burech and the 407. Fair. Interesting pit stop for Elephant. I can understand the joke. But moreover, because their pit stop was minus, so already there is an issue here, minus 3100 seconds. I am not sure how that is possible, but that car managed to go back in time apparently. Minus 3100 seconds. How do you manage to make a negative number in the first place? And then a 4 digits number in the second place. I have no idea. This race is... everything is happening at the final race. And nearly contact there between the two McLarens with Evolution Sim Sport going into the grass, doing the Kevin Estre for a moment, and then breaking down because there was the Bentley passing through. That is Kevin Maniram battling for the lead, although Maniram already lost 4 seconds on Fiorentini, 16 seconds between 999 and the 103. Burech tried to go into the grass to make the pass, but the Bentley was already there and they had to let them through. The same happens to Wolfschlager now because they have the Bentley behind and they have to let them through. This could be a golden opportunity for Burech because if they can stick behind the Bentley and use them as sort of... no, okay, no, it didn't happen. Maybe there is an overtake there! There is a contact between the two McLarens and the 109 loses the position on Burech. In a very tight situation into Kumo curve. Oh, boy, that's bit curve, that's 12, not 11. And the 406 is stopped on track. That's Boto. Stopped on track for an incident. So was it against Yes, it was. It was against... Oh no, it was the mechanic going into the gravel, losing the rear, getting... Maybe... spun. Not on purpose by Fair. And Botto was on the grass because of that. Now back behind the MG GT4. The fourth place there for Whip Crash. Wallman is also white flags, so I suspect a mistake into Kumo curve. So Schlager will not put pressure on Burach, who now has clean air in front, to get behind Lysianas in 5th place. It's also a battle for 11th, because Lawrence Wagner and Gary Tarrett batting for 11th place. This is Stratton Motorsport and Booster Sim Racing. This is the mechanic I was searching for early on. Oh, that's the leader making a mistake. Not a big one though, because the gap between Maniram and Fiorentini is still 18 seconds. Forget it, Harrod for Booster Sim Racing. Just behind the Porsche, number 116. Now very, very close. Not even close, it's actually side by side between the two. Into Kumo curve, into the left hand side. That's a terrible camera to use, and that's McLaren in front of Wagner. From the outside, which then became the inside, into the right-hander, the following right-hander, which is bit curve. And then by turn 13, Hatzenbeck Bogen, which was already done, and the overtake was already completed for Gary Tarrett. 25 seconds behind Michael Osarek. Oh, Bush's last lap, 55.0, only 17 milliseconds off the team personal best. Dragon went possibly slow to overtake the Maserati in 3rd place in class, 21st overall. The Wolfswagen actually is keeping up with Burach after losing the position quite, I wouldn't say easily because that wasn't really easy, but quite rapidly. He is now 1 second behind his opponent, and he has been staying 1 second behind for the good majority of the time. Another white flag. This time it sees. This is for Meshke in 15th place. So apparently the Michele Valentini definitely created a good buffer zone now. 20 seconds. So they lost half of their gap in a single hour. And they are now back to their original gap in half an hour. So quite elastic band for the Nürburgring coaching. Now lapping into the 44s. The only car that was able to lap 44s. Actually, there are two cars that were at least once during the whole race able to lap into the 44s. One was the 999 behind, and one is in 9th place. It is the Dragon Racing team in 9th. Their best lap is a 44.9, but they are now in 9th place. And they just kept bleeding positions since the start of the race, as Ben in the commentary early on, at the very beginning of the race. There's a yellow flag. There's a yellow flag. Someone had an incident. It is the 415. To the Schumacher S. Oh, going straight to let the leader pass. So that's why there was a yellow flag. So we go back in 6 because Bush is not really gaining or losing us. Like earlier on he was gaining a lot, but now not so much. And the 103 all this time, and it's the leader with yellow flags. Wonder if something major happened to them. The Nürburgring coaching, I suspect it was because of a back marker. Okay, it was all on their own, just clipped the grass on the right. They lost, I suspect, 4 seconds maybe, at best. Those are probably, yeah, 3.6 the delta time states being lost. And in the GT4 field, the battle still goes on, but it's time for 4th place overall in class. Marcelino is 1.3 seconds, now 6, now 5, now 3 again. Okay, it's completely useless to say the times, but it's just more than 1 second, 1 second behind Kanisha. As Rafael Kanisha, the 411 Aston Martin. And the ENG GT4 is now letting Aston Martin pass through. That is a 118. Which is a bit impossible. Oh, okay, no, it is 119, apologies. That was Alberto Birtillo. Last lap for Kanisha, 6.4. Marcelino's last lap, it was a 5.7. as Kanisha lost another second. You can see the Aston Martin just in front there in blue accents. As this only second is distance between Kronos Racing Team and Marcel. No, and never mind, because Kanifa goes into the pits. Fiorentina again, another mistake. It seems like he made another mistake, because he's with white flags being shown. And yeah, definitely there has been a mistake, because he lost another 2 seconds somewhere. 6.2 in the last lap, so although he lost 2 seconds, he's still as quick as, or even quicker than many in the grid. Certainly not quicker than Maniram, who reduced the gap to 14 seconds after predicting the 18 seconds being gained on... Oh! What was that? Was that a near miss with the McLaren? So I think it was. Let's have a look again. Yeah, it was very close between himself and I couldn't see. I think it was Boto in the 406. So now Bentley is 14 seconds behind Fiorentini. And just now the race has come down a tiny bit, tiny fraction, compared to early on at least. As I think we actually lost a car. Yeah, we lost a car, the 109. The 109 is not on track anymore. The car that was in 7th is not on track anymore. Disconnection for them, as Wolfschlager was driving that McLaren. And after praising the fact that he was very close to Buresh, he proceeded to have an issue of some kind, and now he's not in the race anymore. The commentator Kurtz keeps striking with an exceptional accuracy. It's astonishing how every single time I mention someone making great gains, that someone, speaking of which, I can't even, I not even with a script, I will be able to match this timing of mine. This has been phenomenal. Okay, I am at a loss of words at this point, because how, if I mention someone, that someone has something happening to them, whether it is a disconnection altogether or just respawning in front of my eyes, or a crash, or an incident, or something has to happen. And I'm quite scared of mentioning anybody at this point, because each time I did it, Something had to happen. But the timing... usually I'm not this accurate with timing. The commentator's course strikes every single time. You cannot hide from it. You can run as much as you want, but eventually, if a commentator mentions your name, you will have something happen to your race. And 99% of the time, it's not a good thing. So at this point, Botto, please don't crash. Please don't have an incident in the upcoming 65 seconds. Botto is only 1.0 seconds now. So he just gained 3 stamps on the last couple of turns. On Ballas Fair, who himself is 10 seconds behind Noah. Apparently Fair has been going quite slow since the switch of hands with Maya Van Dijk. And they've been losing some time. But Nick was able to lap a second quicker. As the Apex Predators car is now back on track, but unfortunately only 17th. Pretty early on, where they were in 7th. It could be another battle, but this time in GT4. So you can see a Porsche coming through. This should be Streiter Motorsport Porsche in... I think it is in 15th place. This is the one in 15th place. 6.7 for Fair, 6.6 which it's basically a 6.7. Same lap time for both cars in 23rd and 24th overall. 56th in class. And David Andre, incident for the 412. This is a McLaren for North Racing. And a 411, which made a contact with them into turn 1. It was Rafael Kanisha making contact with them. So 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. And oh, the 113 is off and on track. Finn Meschke. A mistake for this car. It's the Menombo Racing. Went on the grass, braking on the grass, then into the gravel. Didn't spin. And came back on the racing surface. As Fabian Buresh is into the pits. Remember, this car completely off sync. I think we go back to battle here for 24th overall. As in last lap it was a 6.2 for Fair, 6.3 for Boto. Slightly different lap time, but pretty much the same for both, and Mix Vatko is only 1.3 seconds behind Fabio Rescigno. A mistake. No, Flatline Motorsport in 12th place is the BMW M4. Just on the main straight. 7.0 in the last lap for Rescigno. 6.2 for Svatko. MX is back on the wheel of the McLaren number 102. Now in 8th place. Oh! That was Svatko slightly on the grass. Into the left-hander, into 6th, and ironically for the curve on the right-hander. So 108 quite down on what was expected. This car was expected to be in 8th place, the number plate states, but they have had a couple of incidents, a couple of mistakes here and there. And on the other side of the spectrum, there is Fabio Rescigno with Flatline Motorsport, that is in 12th place. They are both battling for a good position here because only 6 seconds up ahead. Lorenz Wagner sits in 11th place. Another 10 to get into Gerrit's territory. And in 2 hours, more than 2 hours, it's completely possible to make 16 seconds. As time goes on, obviously, it becomes more and more difficult, but it's still possible. Remember, there are also 48 minutes stint timer, not the usual 65. You can see in other championships, this is 48 minutes. So this means that it's slightly more pits scheduled than usual, because I think they are bound to make 3 of them. Because for, let's say, 45 minutes, 2 pit stops is an hour and a half. With another 45, this brings us to 2 hours and 15 seconds. But there is a huge issue, because I really think the McLaren in 8th place is going to make 1 more pit stop compared to the rest of the field. Unless they are extremely confident about their calculations. So it means that on the very final lap, they are on the very final lap of their stint, they are going to be off by maybe 1 lap. I didn't see when they exactly pit, but I think it was prior to the 220. And if I count for the 2 minutes more, 47th, let's say you go for the 47th minute, just to go as long as you can. It is still very, very close. And they could end up with a drive-through for exceeding stint timer limits. And if that's the case, they could put their 4th possible place in jeopardy. But this is only to be seen at the very end of the race. As it stands now, it's too early to make calculations. It was a bad exit from the Italian driver, and makes Vatko made the overtake quite quickly after the Mercedes Arena into turn 4, and by turn 6 it was already done and dusted, and Mike Swatko is now in 12th place, 4.9 seconds behind Wagner, who last lap lost 2 seconds on this duo. So the battle for 11th is still on, and actually even the one for 10th, because Gary Harris lost 2 seconds in the last lap compared to this duo. Both lapped into the 58s, with Wagner even 58.3 compared to Swatko's 56.6. So yeah, definitely nearly 2 seconds for the S18 Motorsport. I said Italian, I want to say German driver. Garrett Allet goes into the pits. That's why he was going so slow. So at this point, it's one of the cars I want to watch, because he is 6 seconds behind Knopf. We're at 5.3 now. The lap times have been obviously rising for Luzinas, but steadily. Both Luzinas and Knopf are on the same tactics, so I don't expect anything different happening between these two, as both Alex and Meske into the pits. Ferrari that usually is very good in the brakes. This car also just yesterday has been unveiled an Evo version of the 296, which will debut from next year. Apparently I heard online that the Evo version has a different I don't remember how it's called, Swan wing? Swan wing, sort of. In any case, the two pillars that you can see that are effectively holding the wing, the effective main plane of the wing, and it has a different suspension setup and a different flap on the front of the car, and that should be it, more or less. These are the the Ferrari nearly colliding with I consider the car that was the BMW number 118. So essentially the new Evo version doesn't really change much in the chassis or aerodynamically, except for the Swan wing. That part there is completely different on the new Evo version. As Lawrence Wagner is now ahead of Alexander Lange. So the two Strider Motorsport cars are following one another. In any case, the new Evo version rather, should literally be just an Evo version. So just an improvement of, there is contact between Lange and an MGGT4. So between the Evo version and this one here, which is the current homologation that still goes on for this year for the majority of the team, actually for all the teams, since the Evo version debuts next year. It's not a radically different concept like what has been for the Aston Martin, which was completely different in in the air department, both in the front and the rear, and also what should be the M4 Evo version, which hasn't been unveiled yet, but it has been tested meticulously, especially at Spa. There have been some pictures, and the only real difference was, even for them, in the bumpers. That's about it. It shouldn't be a completely different version as it was for the Aston. And this Ferrari is the first of the two Evo expected for next year. Two Evo version. And next year also extremely important for motorsport because it is the debut year for yellow flag. Oh, that's the car in the pits. It is the debut year for Genesis and Ford, if I remember correctly. It should be Ford next year and Genesis. And in 2027 it should be Ford in IMSA. And finally, after 18 years, okay, not 18 years, but after a very long time, it should be time for the McLaren to unveil their hypercar, which has been unveiled, I know, but it should be technically just an initial project. That one there. It probably isn't the final homologation. That's basically the same that's been for the Alpine. When early on the first renders were available to the public, it wasn't that car. In any case, and Wagner is off track and also facing the correct way, but he's stopped on track. Is it because the car is broken? So he's in. Oh, that's why. So this connection, and the car is not on the racetrack. No, okay, it's not on the racetrack anymore. So we lost another car. This time it was the Porsche for Strider Motorsport. That was in 14th place. Oh wait, it was in 12th when disconnected, very likely. As Alexander Lang goes back into the pits. So the 115 probably has a penalty. And there was another penalty, but the same for Oliver Traub. He had a stop and go. 30 seconds penalty for speeding in the pit lane. There was also a drive-through for the 411. That car is in 24th place. That was Rafael Canisha. Another penalty for them, as they are now behind Fer in the 407 AMG GT4. And Luzinas is now in the pits. Oh no, it was a stop and go, I think it was, for Alexander Lang. Well, it still is. I'm quite sure that Lang pitted either him or the other Porsche. Oh, it was another pit stop. So why did I... Okay, I was probably mistaken. So I saw a pit stop that never happened. My apologies, sir. This was my mistake. Alexander Lang doesn't have any penalty. I thought he already pitted. Probably it was the other Porsche that pitted. And I mistakenly switched them. And what was that? Another disconnection? Not sure why it changed camera. In any case, now the TMX is in 5th. It's back in 5th place. With Lucian's following. 26 seconds behind Takahashi. Now, because of the pit stops, it's slightly off sync. I think it's slightly off sync. Yeah, to complete my whole flow of thoughts, let's say. Next year it is very, very interesting. Also because there is good chunk of manufacturers that want to enter the WEC and IMSA. But I'm not really sure how it will pan out for the other cards, because there are many GT3 teams that will have struggles in the next seasons. There aren't any more spots. Meanwhile, in the GT World Challenge this week there was the record-breaking number of GT3s in the 24-hour span. No spoilers, obviously. I will not say the spoiler, but this is quite clear that GT3s are still extremely popular, and I'm still waiting. Speaking of 1,000-year-old promises, like the McLaren hypercar, I'm still curious about what Toyota is going to bring next year, because technically it should be finally the time for Toyota to bring their bespoke Mercedes AMG. Not sure what it should be called. Apparently it's called the Toyota GT. This is the code name. Not sure if it is because of... Oh, there is a car off. It is because it resembles the AMG GT3, or because it is the name. And also, speaking of AMG GT3, it should also be the year that this car goes into retirement, either this year or next year, and will be substituted by the GT63. As here, it was about to go for a move, well, there was a fault into Valsfair. These two have been battling for position since time unknown, and I heard a noise in Discord, and that was indeed John Wright. Welcome here in the commentary booth.
Indeed, there is no tiptoeing about when I've got the size 12 feet, unfortunately. So yes, the noise was me clumsily making my way into the commentary box here at the Nürburgring. Christian, good afternoon. Looks like it's been a cracker so far from what I've been watching on the telemetry. And you're saying still battles going on as well?
Yeah, it's been quite eventful. There has been an hour, the hour prior to this, that basically everything was happening. If you want to name something that was happening, some people crashing, overtaking, disconnecting, returning back from the grave, everything was happening at the same time. It was quite frantic, and there was a lot going on at the same time. And now it's a bit more calm, but it's still 2 hours to go. And honestly, I saw many times things being calm and rapidly going into badness. So I'm not really ruling out anything bad happening, even because the lead has also just changed, as Kevin Maniram is now leading the race, because they went for a drive-through only. They didn't change tires nor refuel the car, so now the car leading the race is a 999, and this is another variable that goes into the cauldron of question marks. And at this point I don't have any promise anymore. I don't really know how it could end. how the race could end in any possible way, because there are so many things happening and so many different tactics, and I'm so curious about it all.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's going to be good. I'm noticing a couple of the GT3s only did drive-throughs on their last pit stop as well. So there's going to be all the action in that closing stint, and I'm absolutely here for it. And I will be taking over the broadcasting, of course. Christian, I will let you go on with the rest of your Sunday, and obviously that means putting your feet up and watching the end of the race. Hopefully your air conditioning is working a lot better than my ceiling fan is.
Hey, the good thing about this place, it is 38 degrees outside, but have AC. So one up on the other situations, because honestly I would prefer having a colder weather, because 38 degrees outside is
Toasty farm.
let's say it's a heat stroke can happen quite easily, but at least I have AC. I'm quite lucky at having it, and I will actually prefer to live in a colder place. That's a thought for the future, let's say.
I mean, you say colder, it's 29 degrees, I can assure you that's toasty warm.
Yeah, 29 degrees is basically spring for me, so yeah. 29 degrees is hot. There isn't. 29 degrees is not hot, it's chilly at best.
To be fair, this is one of the only countries in the world you can get frostbite in the middle of the summer, so...
How?
Yeah.
I want a scientific paper on the motives and the reason for it to happen.
Oh yeah, minus 23 degrees, and that's perfect weather to get the shorts on and go down to the beach, I would say.
Right, obviously.
And on that bombshell.
What a clever idea. Why didn't I think about it? But there are people going at the lake with minus 10 degrees where I live, so I can understand.
That is brisk, yep. Yeah, now you're talking my kind of temperatures, my man.
Yeah.
That is my
I
kind of
don't really
temperatures.
know how, because at minus 10 degrees I want to stay close to my heater. I don't want to go to the lake, but everyone is happy with everything, I guess. I'm a very, very cold kind of person. I don't like hot weather, but I also like being hot. Let's say in front of a heater.
Yeah, that sounds like a fine balancing act.
Yeah, okay, I'm just ruining my entire reputation.
Like the tire pressures on ACC.
I'm ruining my entire reputation in 5 minutes. I know it. Anyway. I will leave you all with John, that will go on for the next 2 hours, as Lucinas also went past a racer in literally 5 seconds. It was the quickest overtake ever. And 2 minutes while we mute ourselves, and then John will bring you to the end of the season in the final 2 hours of the race. I was Cristiano Romano, and I will see you all next time. Have a good evening with John.
Good evening, folks, and welcome along to the final stints of the final round of the ACC Drive Endurance Series. The drivers all looking to win those lifetime memberships to the ACC Drive site and technology. And what a 12 weeks it's been so far. Watkins Glen, Barcelona, we've had Imola, Silverstone, Donington Park, Spa, Monza, Kyalami, Red Bull Ring, Paul Ricard. Last time out, of course, it was Bathurst in the final round. Where else but the Nürburgring? The GT3s and the GT4s dueling it out in this evening's race. And what a duel it has been. Positions changing hands all over the place, and current racing leaders, of course, starting in third. They've made up 2 spots in the last 2 stints. A drive-through sees close quarter racing sitting atop the towers at the moment. Of course, in the championship, it is all sewn up in the GT3s, the GT3 champions, not racing this evening. They've got a 4,000 point gap over the rest of the field. SimRC in second, and Fisher Racing currently in third. MR Reparto Coaching, who have led the race at some points and we'll see are still up near the sharp end, are currently in fourth, just ahead of 255 Competition in fifth place. In the GT4s, Dynamic MS Youngsters have still got that 2,000 point lead, so it's looking good for them to bring it home. Fourth with a good 700 point gap over the Apex Predators in third place. Firefly in fourth, and Khaled Racing currently in fifth position, only 500 points behind third. We'll see where they are, spoiler alert. In fact, you've all been watching, so you all know where they are anyway, I'm sure. Let me just pop this and this, and there it is. Yep, so close quarters racing in the Bentley. They are leading the way, as I said. MR Reparto Coaching currently in second place. They, of course, started in second and have held on to that pretty magnificently. LMLM have made up 4 places since the start of the race and have taken a place in the last stint, so the McLaren moving well in the closing stages. Then is Evolution Simsport, Matija Meeks behind the wheel of that McLaren, currently in 4th place. It is Spezia in 5th position, and they started in 12th place. So a phenomenal race for the Spezia team so far. Let's see if they can bring that home. Another team that's running where they started, John and Razor for the SGNG team, Endurance Performance, sorry. Making assumptions and blotting them out there. 6th place is where they started, and that is where they're currently running. Christian Winkler for Fisher Racing, challenging in the championship. They have taken a couple of places in the race, currently running in 7th position in the Mercedes. Then is Dragon Racing just behind them, so this is a battle for position between these two for 7th and 8th. For Solo Warriors in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 at the moment, it is Boosted Sim Racing. In the GT4s, we do see Khaled Racing leading the way. They've got Timo Krobler behind the wheel. They started in 4th place. 4th place, sorry, yes, they started in 4th place. This one, so yeah, good run to the top for them. MR Reparto Coaching got another car running in 2nd place. That is serious consistency there. With Colourworks Racing currently running in 3rd place. It's then Team Shebot in 4th, with Quip Crash sponsored by Sim Quips in 5th position. Definitely not a mouthful. Malaki in 6th place, with Cronus in 7th. Apex in 8th place. Team Purple Deluxe in 9th. Oh, and that does not look very deluxe there at all. Definite separation between the front of the car. And Aster Racing currently running in 10th place. They've had a good run as well, up 2 spots, but Team Purple Deluxe up 4 themselves, so they've had a good run. Reigns in the Ginetta is down 6 positions on where they started, so big drop down the order for them. We'll see what kind of pace they've got going forward, but we'll get a look back at the battle between Fisher Racing and Dragon Racing. It's just a pity he's not in a Mustang or an Aston where we could see the exhaust tips breathing flames. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Good evening. Now there's an iconic voice. I up 00, Mr. Robbie G. Barker. Speaking of iconic voices, enter the GOAT. How are we doing? Good evening, good sir. How is the life of Mr. Robbie G? Let me just adjust that so I can read it, because again, the glasses are at the other side of the room. He's not ad, they're not actually prescription. I just use, if anyone does use screens a lot, get yourself some blue light filter glasses. They are very, 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 very good. But yeah, how is Robbie G doing? That is the tail of the race leader. We want to stay on board with Dragon. We've got one car in the pit at the moment. We're going to see a few more pit stops for the teams. In fact, an overtake potentially coming up here. 23rd place. It's the Mercedes versus the McLaren in GT4 format. Oh, it's right through the hairpin. I tell you what, the Mercedes really pressing the buttons there, up through the Schumacher S's. They've got another car just ahead of them as well. But I think we're going to disappear off. No, that is another GT4, so they're getting involved. A bit on the snuzzy side, stayed up watching the Spa 24. Yep, I know a few people that have themselves a Spa hangover today. In fact, Christian was he was saying he was keeping an eye on most of the teams. A lot of them, of course, doing on boards on Twitch and YouTube and things. So it's yeah, it's good to watch these things and see if it's done in real life. Very similar to how it's done here. Just slightly less gravity. I'll tell you what, that Mercedes is looking very quick indeed. And is that ahead of them? It is not. So flying along the start finish day, that is a blue flag that's pulling over, and they've got a GT3 it looks like coming up on the back of them. McLaren getting a good run out of the final corner and makes it to turn 1. That is the Maserati though of Klimov. Here we go. We've got another contender entering the fray. The GT4s are difficult to drive, but man, do you get some racing in these things. Through the Mercedes arena, 2 becomes 3 on a battle just outside the podium, again with pit stops to take, and we've got, oh now Marcel No's done a drive-through on their last pit stop. So there we go, Krobler came in and took on some fuel recently, so there was 1, 2, 3 double stints that I saw previously. Feher, another one with a drive-through on their last pit stop as well, so the tyres will be running down with the GT4s in these track conditions. Oh. Team Purple Deluxe, still not looking quite so deluxe. Big separation there, number separation here though, 1, 2, 3. Through we go, Botto leading the way in the McLaren for the moment, but he's got a Maserati and more impendingly a Mercedes climbing into the back seat there. Very good view of the inside workings of the McLaren there for the Mercedes driver. Does manage to stay out the back of the Merc, but does put his back a lot closer to the Maserati behind him. Klimov making hay while the sun doth shine. And as the 2 drivers ahead battle, he's got himself in a very good position out of Ad Van Bogen and up into the ENG chicane. Here we go then, he's going to go round the outside, he's got it done. And that is why you need to be clinical when you are making an overtake, especially if you've got someone else behind you, because if you do, I've said it before and I'll say it again, they are absolutely best position in that battle, and beautifully highlighted there by the Maserati driving Klimov. That's Lapke then up another position in the race. And there we can see the GT3 closing up. That is the race lead Bentley, I believe. Beautifully highlighting the difference between the machines. In fact, we'll just stay on here, we'll see how quickly the Bentley catches up under braking, especially. I mean, the GT4s are not bad in a straight line, they can get there eventually. Kinda. But yeah, certainly cornering speed, it's all in favour of the GT3s by an absolute country mile. So much more grip they've got. Beautifully navigated there by the overall and GT3 race leader. The Maserati then, can he make an impact on the McLaren ahead? And it looks like he certainly is. Not wasting any time. We jumped on board with this battle. It was the Mercedes trying to get past the McLaren at this very point. Oh, they've run deep. He's run deep, and that is going to be Maserati 2 and done. Or is he 1 and done? No, the McLaren's come straight back. He's managed to find grip on the exit, and he's straight back into the fight and ahead of the Maserati once again through the Schumacher-esque. It's a very good line and run through that corner, and manages to hold on to 5th position in the GT4s. What a battle, love to see it. Thank you for the following, Jaipot. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whichever part of the world you are joining us from. Through Advan Bogan, what can the Maserati do against the McLaren? What can the McLaren do as well, I guess? We've got another GT3 coming up. That looks like the outline of a Porsche. In fact, 2. That is an Aston Martin I doth hear in my ear holes. Let's see what's going on. It's Gutendorf who was battling as Christian handed over. And we've also got Dragon and Winkler. They're still battling in the GT3s, of course. That is the battle that's just come through. Oh no, it's not, sorry. This is the Honda. Of course, it's not the easiest to see this time of night. I do love a bit of night racing though. So yeah, this is the Honda of Thorsten Dragon for Dragon Racing Team. Oh, it's so very close still with Botto and Verheer as well. It's a tough one to choose which one to watch here. This is a three-way battle for position. Oh, Klimov's got ahead. So as soon as we look away, Klimov has got the move done, but here comes the McLaren firing straight back up. I'm looking for the move. He's going for a cutback down through 5 and 6 or so on the exit here. He needs to be tight. A good apex, but the Maserati managed to gather it up from the defensive line onto the racing line beautifully, and this time it's a different story entirely into the hair. Oh no, my apologies. It's not a different story entirely. We've got the Mercedes chasing the McLaren. It's just the Maserati has jumped them both. So yeah, Lapke Motorsports, good couple of laps there, a couple of positions taken. So it's Team Shebot and Quick Crash finding themselves both overtaken as they see 3rd place in the GT3s come flying through. That is Cisco for LMLM. And they've had, again, a very good race, 4 places up. As well as Spezia as well. They're up 6 places comfortably into the top 10. As well as Fasola Warriors. They've made up 6 as well. We're going to see more pit stops coming soon. There is Hans Meyer in. Very nice livery with the Predator on the side. I wonder if we can get a good shot of that from this camera. It's pretty good. I mean, it's an absolute work of art. If anyone has ever tried to do liveries, they'll know just how difficult that was to do. Incredibly good livery, so extra kudos to that team. Well, hopefully they get bonus points for that livery. It is absolutely that good. Speaking of that good, that is the Mercedes. Oh, and he's going for the move on the Maka, and he looks like he's got it done. Maybe used a bit of slipstream from the passing Lexus. Oh no, Aston Martin GT3, sorry. So that is a move done there. So that is Team Shebot then down 2 positions. The Mercedes finally getting that move done after the Maserati of Klimov had dispensed with them both. We'll see if he can catch it back up and make that one a battle to remember once again. Let's see. Winkler has been overtaken. Oh, of course, which you did see, sorry, it was Gutenberg who was still going for the overtake on the Mustang, still trying to get... Oh, that's close. As BMW past that Mustang. We do like the front camera, front wheel. With the exhaust pipes. So yeah, so it's now down to Gutendorf there, Golf Flames popping out of the Mercedes arena. So he's been back here for a couple of laps, and it looks like Winkler is not done chasing. Nice bonnet cam with this livery in front right wheel. That looks good as well. Through the Mercedes arena, the Honda, good getaway there. Famously terrible in low-speed corners. Did not too bad on that Mercedes Arena exit there, down through 5 and 6. He's going to have himself a nice bit of a gap there. Merck almost running wide of the AstroTurf. Don't push too hard. Still got an hour and a half to go. 22-degree track temperature, 6 km/h wind as well, so that's going to certainly have an effect on a couple of the corners. But the tyres should be good to get run to the neck, and yeah, not overly surprised to see some teams going for a double stint. Speaking of which, we've got close quarter racing into the pits. They're definitely stationary this time. We've got an hour and 35 minutes left to go. I mean, you could ring a set of tyres for that long. Can you get an hour and 34 minutes of fuel in the Bentley these days? You certainly could have back in the day. You got a couple of days worth of fuel in the Bentley. I think it was more called the Boltley, not because of the size. But yeah, just the amount of liquid involved. Because the petrol tanks were absolutely huge. It's put MR Reperto Coaching back into the lead of the race. And in fact, what we can do... so there we go, yeah, 14 minutes left of the stint for Paglia. It's going to leave somewhere in the region of about an hour and 25, we'll say. Maybe, yeah, close to an hour and 20, between an hour and 20 and an hour and 25. So yeah, they will definitely be looking to do a drive-through on their final pit stop. Or this one's going to be a drive-through, but there will be a drive-through and a double stint involved. Jordi Pompas, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow here at LFM. We are here for the final round. 12 rounds the drivers have driven so far. West Competition Racing have run away with it at the top of the GT3 Championship. So too Dynamic MS Youngsters, neither of them unfortunately racing in the race this evening. They will still be crown champions though. That's how well they've done over the 12 weeks so far. They have absolutely dominated. Gutenberg and Swako now, they've caught up to boosted sim racing. The McLaren, looks like it's struggling. There's a bit of contact there. The Mustang absolutely lunging his way past there. Had so much momentum. Of course, the GT4 leader, GT4 leading Callet Racing was heading into Advan Bogan as well. Into the final chicane to go. Oh, and that's a lot of care for the Mustang. He's lost the back end and he's held it again. That is a very good save, and he's held the position as well. I'll tell you what, that's a lot closer than the Callet Racing GT4 thought he was going to be out of the NGK chicane and the Coca-Cola curve. That is for sure after they went past. That is Swatco with a phenomenally good save. Let's not be under any illusions here. That could have gone very sideways very quickly for the Mustang driver. But he does manage to hold it and hold the position, and Gutendorf still can't find a way past. Matija Meeks comes in for Evolution Sim Sport. So again, I think they'll be fueling as much as possible. One set of tyres for an hour and 30 minutes, 22 degrees, it's definitely doable. What do we think? Anyone got any thoughts on the strategies going forward? It's definitely going to keep it spicy, that is for sure. It is David Scrolant who is out behind the wheel for close quarter racing, and they are back out in second place. So that is yeah, a very good gap that they've built up with top two. Certainly have Slant will retake the lead of the race when Emma Reparto Coaching come into the pits. So yeah, it really is a mad dash between these two for the race win here. Gutendorf still looking very quick indeed. Ganswig, oh yeah, they're making their way through a lot of traffic there, as you would expect. Yeah, this far into a 6-hour race, it's going to be constant blue flag traffic. We've got 33 cars, sorry, 33 in the race, 32 still out on track as the Mustang goes past another GT4. Oh, there's a bit of a wiggle there. Tries to go past. Oh no, it's not a GT4, sorry. He was going for the overtake on the McLaren. Let's open them up once again. The third driver in the equation is the one with the best hand. Oh, and he's backed out of it. You've got to know when to hold them, and you've got to know when to fold them. And certainly Swatco there. Honour is the best part of... sorry, Gutendorf there, sorry. Honour is the best part of Valor. Backs out to live to fight another day. Because the race leader's coming through in the Bentley. That's what's going on. Sorry, second place. Net leader at one point. But yeah, that is the Bentley involved there. We've got a battle up in fifth as well that suddenly appeared. As we've got SG Endurance have been caught by Luisinas for Suspezia. They're looking for another position. They've already had 7 this race so far, so no strangers to the overtakes. And they are catching this McLaren, as we can see clearly, hand over fist. This is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. Wagner coming in, Botto's come in the GT4s. We'll see what Team Shebot does. Straight in and out now. I think that is just a drive-through. Oh no. No, it's not, sorry, 39 seconds. Not even close to a drive-through. But yeah, that is a tyre change. And I would say that's enough fuel to do that hour and 29 minutes. So the next one will be a drive-through. Here's the last one was the drive-through. And of course Marcel no. Oh, the Colourworks team. Somebody got a bit bouncy over the curbs there. They are the lead car in the GT4s that did the drive-through on their previous pit stop. Obviously got 2 more to come. So they will be coming in for a stop on this one. Emma Reparteau coaching. Theoretically, they could be on a drive-through on their next pit stop, or they'll look for a double stint on this one and just do a quick drive-through to clear the stint timer. At the end, we've got Eben Nexus in the chat. Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, sorry, yeah, 7:15. It's still very bright and warm outside. I'm doing very well, thank you. Doing very well, although my brain, with the heat and the connotations for the race and the pit stop strategies that are pending, my brain might go into full-on meltdown. We shall see how we get on. There is Ganswig for boosted sim racing into the pits. The only car in there at the moment. Skoldant is running well for close quarter. Putting in some good laps. Paglia back in the lead, of course, where they started. I think if you have a quick check, there we go. Pinned in the chat, that is where all of the socials are. You can catch them all up there. Yeah, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in to LFM. We're here for the final round of the ACC Endurance Racing Series. We've had 12 rounds. This is the 12th round. 6 hours the drivers are out for today. Cala Racing still leading the way in the GT4s. Gutendorf still entrenched in battle with this Mustang. Has done well with, and for Solo Warriors as well. We'll see. Oh, flashing the lights trying to distract them. Yeah, too far back there. Potentially though, I mean, certainly not a bad idea to get yourself out of the slipstream going into the braking zone, so you can use a bit more of the aerodynamics to help you brake. Don't chew up the tyres quite as much. How is the streaming going? Yeah, going well, hopefully. You would have to ask the rest of the viewers. So in this end, certainly, everything seems to be working 5 by 5. But certainly, I will leave whether it's going well down to the experts. Namely, of course, the viewers. But how's it going for you? How is your Sunday going? Are you cheering on a particular team? Are you a racer yourself? Now, do you just enjoy watching the fine art of race driving? And it really is an art form. I have tried this myself. Ooh, going. He's getting very close under braking once again. Absolutely the quicker of the two. The patience though has been incredible. A little bit of an extra steering input there. The wheels over-correcting. Yeah, good use of the accelerator through there. They're catching up quickly on the Mercedes GT4. One of them flies past and he's going to take that inside line very nicely indeed. Good work by all concerned. The Mustang almost a concerning line there on the exit, but does manage to keep a hold of. Good use of the curbs there by Gutendorf. Still trying to find his way past for Flatline Motorsports. Looking to get himself up into the top 10, or getting the team up into the top 10, sorry. Into the final chicane once again. Love the sight of the flames out the side of the car. Ooh, that's a big wiggle there for the Mustang once again. Couple of wiggles, I wouldn't say mistakes, but yeah, a couple of wiggles through that corner on stream so far. None of them have yielded an opening for Gutendorf so far. Still an hour and 24 minutes and a couple of pit stops still to go. At least two, obviously. Yeah, bare minimum of two for these teams. Let's see, any more GT4s been in recently? It doesn't look like it. Because Lehnen coming in, 51 seconds they were stationary for. So that's potentially a whole lot of fuel. Oh, they have had a drive-through so far in this race actually. And in fact, Rincano, I'm just looking there, Astor Racing, they've had 3 drive-throughs so far. And we've also got Al and Dallas Sim Racing. They have had 2 stop-go 30s. There is nothing more excruciating than picking up a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane and then picking up the same penalty when going to serve said stop-go 30-30. Stop-go 30. Oh, nice move. Up the inside. IR Terminator. I'll be back. That was bad. I'm terribly sorry. But yeah, in close quarter racing. So you in the car? Yourself, Terminator, or are you cheering them on? Anyone else? Who else is everyone else cheering on? What is any insider info on the strategy? If you don't mind sharing, it's just the two of us. Nobody's watching, it's fine. Give us a few sneaky pointers on what the plan is. And as I say that, oh no, sorry, there's another car we're focused on in the pits there. Because yeah, not long out, so 35 seconds they were stationary for. Oh, now Gutendorf has come into the pits. Yes, I'm in the car. Ah, okay. So you would be Kevin Manaram. Yeah, some good stints so far. How are you feeling towards the end of the race? I can't tell. P1 might be watching. Just in case. Just in case. P1 are watching thinking, wonder if I get any pointers. Like, oh look, there's P2 in the chat. Right, that's it. Yeah, we'll just pretend we're not here. But there is P1 at the moment. They've got 2 minutes left on their stint, so they are coming into the pits. An hour and 22 minutes left, so they're going to have 30. Yeah, so. Oh, bouncing off the wall. So are they going for a drive-through on this one, or are they going to fuel and double stint? Considering I slept 3 hours. Wow. That is not a lot of sleep. Are they pulling in? Yes, they are. They need to be in and out in less than 35 seconds. This is going to put car treble 9 up to the front of the field. Oh, I mean, potentially, actually, they might just take on some fuel here. Nope, that looks like it's longer than just some fuel. So through the NGK chicane and around the last corner, here comes close quarter racing again. So as predicted, they will retake the lead of the race. Paglia still stationary. And there we go. So the lead changes hands again, of course. Close quarter will be back into the pits. So too, though, will Paglia. I do strongly suspect we're going to see 32.8. Have they got an hour and 20's worth of fuel? Potentially. I mean, an hour and 20 minutes on the tyres at 22 degrees, it's absolutely not out with the realms of possibilities by an absolute country mile. So we'll see who does what. We've got Strater Motorsport entrenched in that battle, of course, with Gutendorf for LF. Oh, okay, that's Dorta, sorry. Now, where am I looking for? Gutendorf. Flatline Motorsport, now they're down and through. Have they made the undercut work on STR? I'm sure they'll be keen to get ahead. There goes Lang past. Oh, and I tell you what, they're moving already. They are moving already. Where is Gutendorf? Just coming out of the last corner. Hop is going to make it through. Swatko has just been released. Gutendorf undercut definitely not working. And Swatka has more than increased that gap. Actually, I don't know what you could do more than increase the gap. He's increased the gap. Louisianas comes into the pits. Krobler, the leader in the GT4s, into the pits as well. There we go. Khaled looking to hold on to P2, or looking to take P2 in the championship. Leading in the race at the minute. MR Reparto will, of course, retake the lead in the GT4s unless they decide to come in the pit, which they do not. Just to keep us all on our toes, you'll love to see it. Let's see Krobler stationary, comes back out in the lead. Nice, comes back out in the lead. Marginally longer pit stop than the car behind by less than a second. We've got Spezia coming in as well. Mirko Fiorentini is taking the wheel for MR Reparto Coaching, sorry. Just coming up on the GT4 leader, there we go. Second place in the race, so they've got 48 minutes until they need to come in to the pits. They've got 30 minutes left. Again, I would definitely put folding money on a lot of these next pit stops just being drive-throughs. That hour and 22, that's worked out well for them. Thorsten Dragon for the Dragon Racing team finding themselves clear in 5th position at the minute with the pit stops. That's where they started with the pit stops at the minute, that's where they find themselves. STR, their Porsche comes in to the pits. They're up 5 places as well, though they've just dropped one back down to their sister Mustang car. There's Cisco coming in the pits as well. The LM car was very close to Basti Winkler for Fisher Racing Esports, so they've retaken 9th place. Yeah, pretty much into silly season for the overtakes during this next little mini pit window. Khaled Racing in the lead still for the GT4s, as I said. They've got that Aston Martin guided by Ricky Lafleur at the moment. Up 3 on where they started. So, good moves for them. MR Reparto coaching. I did think they were going to get back in the lead, but no, it's been a solid stint for the Aston driving Khaled. And that McLaren's got his work's cut out for it if it's going to challenge for the race win. Klimov in the Maserati, I think might be coming out the pits quite soon. Verheer still due into the pits as well. These two still pretty close. No in the Mercedes, a bit down the road, so the pit stops have separated them out as well. That's no. That's another Aston Martin. It's Cronus who are up to 4th, and Team Shebot back out the pits. There we go. So they're currently in 5th position, so we'll see what happens when the rest of the teams come in. Can confirm the Team Shebot in the pits, 39 seconds. So definitely long enough to take on some enough fuel to end the race. And Klimov comes in closely followed by Verheer. Oh, and he's overtaken him on the way in the pits. He's got his nose in front by less than 1/10 of a second. and you can see the headlights, and that is less than a tenth of a second, but he's done so much better on the brakes there, and that could be absolutely vital. That is incredible. Very, very brave on the brakes. Klimov's box is further ahead, so he's still moving. He stops still. Oh, this is going to be interesting on the way out. Let's make sure we keep an eye on that. We've got the Fasola Warriors into the pits along with SG Endurance Performance, so it's all going to change up at the top. So we are going to watch cars in the pits, quite unashamedly. Let's see what happens. Faher, you would think, is going to move first unless they're going for slightly more fuel, and that's them dropped an absolute barrage of cars coming at the pits, and that is Faher moving. And there's the Maserati moving, and he's made it out in front. That is an incredible overtake. Got it done on the brakes at the pit limiters, the pit limiter line on the way to the pits. That is absolutely incredible stuff. Retakes the spot in the Merc. The Maserati's got it all to do again. They can confirm the Mercedes was stationary for 1.2 seconds less than Klimov. So a minuscule amount more fuel taken on board. Of course, all these cars got completely different fuel consumption, which certainly aids to that. There is a racer for SG Enduro. That might be a different driver. We'll keep an eye on that. But certainly that's him out of the pits. Dragon and Winkler still battling away, with Dragon leading the way. They're looking to put a lap up on the Mustang. Let's see how he's getting on. Swatko against Gutendorf. Gutendorf 2.6 seconds down. Winkler definitely not 2.6 seconds down into turn number 1. Good slipstream usage there against the 11th place car for Winkler, in 8th for Fisher Racing. So close between them. They're going to drop back behind these cars again. Of course, when they come in for their next pit stop, with these two absolutely nose to tail still through. Oh, now that's a yellow flag for Carlet Racing. They have had an incident. Tell you what, let's see if we can get the replay working. So we'll see. Okay, so that's a GT4 back marker up, and then yep, we've got a couple of GT3s making their way through. Oh, and he got very close there. Wow. Yeah, I think that one is on the GT3. If I'm going to be on, I shouldn't make a. Yep, no. Let me leave that alone. I'm here to broadcast and talk about the pictures. But yeah, the GT3. It's safe to say, I think, that came from way downtown. To use an old NBA Jam adage, for anyone remembers that absolute perler of a game. But yeah, bringing the heat, and certainly the brake pads were absolutely El Scorchio, and a bit of contact was made, but have all survived. Lafleur though, definitely losing a bit of time to the cars behind. He does still have about 2 minutes of a gap actually. Martin Yone. Oh, it's still moving, sorry, there we go. Camera taking a while to catch up in the McLaren, but yeah, it's a fair clip down the road. I want to go back to the battle with Winkler. Because the Mercedes still going to get past the Honda. I mean, that Honda might not be very good in the corners, certainly as good as the in a straight line. It did look for all the world like the Merc. Was going to grab himself a bit of an undercut there. A bit of a cutbacks, the old switchback, switcheroo, however you want to call it. Another GT4 goes. Oh no, sorry, that is still the Mustang. So that is the Mustang still hanging on to these two cars ahead, probably just about in the dirty air now. Louisianas with yellow flag, no, all still running well there. Let's keep an eye on that battle while the GT4s have been filtering in and out of the pits. Now we've got El Andalus back into the pits for a stop. Cronus Racing did have a particularly long stop, but they are still ahead of Team Shebot. In fact, sorry, Callum, and they'll be coming in again. They're probably going to do a drive-through just to clear the stint time, because that's a long time stationary. Martin Yoni as well for Emma Reparto. Their last stop, stationary for 45 seconds. So that is a fair bit of fuel. The Fleur, of course, pitted a little bit later, actually, sorry. And I'm just knowing as well, Emma Reparto, they have served a drive-through. I think I did mention them already for that. Me, Nombo racing over the stop go 32nd as well, still running in 14th place. And it looks like the cars ahead, yeah, have all managed to behave themselves, so we'll keep an eye, see if we get any last minute drive-throughs as these two still. Oh, there we go. In the thick of more traffic. Oh, and that's a car gone round. That is a car gone round. Out of turn number 1. I think it was one of the GT4s. Let's have a look. Oh, Andalus Sim Racing just coming out of the pits at the most inopportune of moments. Yeah, there we go. You can see the battle approaching. Oh, there we go. So, my apologies to the GT3s. There was no contact there. Just lost the back end into turn number 1, which is, yeah, very easily done here. Very easily done. Thank you very much for the subscription with Prime, the Lone Ranger. You're not lone anymore, my friend. So, yeah, welcome in. Thank you for the subscription supporting LFM and all the racing that they put on. Make sure, I think we've got the socials. There we go. Yeah, the socials are still in the chat. Just finished the double stint in car 403. Okay, car 403. There we go, the Apex Predators in the Ginetta. Looks like it's been a tougher race, this one, down 6 spots. How were your double stints? How did you enjoy it out there? Ooh, got a yellow flag. Frustrator Motorsports course, just having a bit of an off track there. Let's get back to 403. We'll get some gratuitous Ginetta. Look at that, finally a race car with the passenger seat on the correct side. It's not often we're treated to a bit of normality. But yeah, the Ginetta at the minute, first to last in lap 1 due to a punt, but yeah, it was good. Trying to get back into the top few spots. Well, yeah, certainly got some good pace. Oliver Zahn ahead, rolling the dice, one crazy pit strat, nice. Yeah, I do think with the temperatures it certainly lends to some double stinting action. We've seen a few cars just do drive-throughs so far. We've seen some longer pit stops from a couple of the cars as well, just that last round of pit stops there. Which would suggest that the extra fuel has been taken on board. We're still watching this battle here, and it is... sorry, yes, Swatko in 11th position, that is behind him. He does now have, he's still got Gutendorf behind him. That gap now down to a second. As you can see in his rear view mirror there, onboard Mustang shots are absolutely phenomenal. Oh, the Mercedes going for it around the outside at turn number 11, and he just about manages to pull it off, but not close enough down in Ad Van Bogen. He's going to be chased once again. Swatko, now he's doing okay here because he is the third car here. He knows he can't really get himself involved. You can unlap yourself if it's clear, but if you've got 2 cars battling for position, you do really have to be very careful what you're doing. But he is still in the slipstream with the 2 of them, so he is getting pulled along. It's fending off Gutendorf for the moment, but as you can see, those headlights are looming ever larger in that rear view mirror, much like the brake lights looming larger in the front windscreen of the Mercedes ahead. There we can see the Honda trying to break the slipstream. Oh no, sorry, just moving out the way of the McLaren GT4, whose name escapes me, which it really should not, because they're battling for top 5, top 4. It will come back to me through the Mercedes arena once again. That long nose of the Merc trying to find a way past the Honda. Looks to the inside, shows the inside and tries to go to the outside. All in vain, and all it's doing is bringing the Mustang ever closer, which is bringing Gutendorf back under the rear spoiler once again. So this is definitely a battle that could reignite before the end of the stint, and it's going to be a very interesting proposition to see how 11th and 12th battle it out when they've got 7th and 8th directly in front of them battling away as well. On the back of the Honda still. Oh, Krillin with a yellow flag, he's been overtaken. Oh, big incident there, I think. Let's have a look at this. Oh no, we'll want this one. Oh, he's already facing the wrong way. So there was a prior... Oh wow, there's been a couple of incidents. Right, okay, we'll jump back them in order, but at this point he's already stationary and sideways, so we're going to have to go back and have a look and see the previous registered incident when this one ends. Oh, that is a lot of damage. So coming up, that's a blue flag McLaren, I believe. And they've got GT4 McLaren ahead of them. Oh, loses the back end. Wow. Had more exit speed, tried to lift a bit to account for it, and lift off oversteer. It is absolutely real. And that is, yeah, full on smashing the wall. And you can see there, nowhere near aerodynamically sound. Lights missing on the front right of the car. Not great at all. And that's put them down to 8th already. Started in 4th and was still running up there. It's no wind that blows nobody some good and suspects here then. That's another place they find themselves up. And they're now up to 4th place. LM up 4 places as well. Fiorentini where they started, and close quarter racing on track leaders going into the final hour. We've only got an hour and 3 minutes left. One more round of pit stops to go. We've got Gutendorf still hanging on the back. Winkler has dropped back a bit now actually. 1.3 seconds is the gap. Oh, and the Honda spun all on his own. Dragon has spun through the Schumacher S, so easily done. And quite a few cars it looks like I'm going to take avoidant action there. Let's see. If we can catch that, there we go. Sorry, it took a second to catch up. So coming up to the Schumacher, you can see absolutely nobody any place near him. Oh, a bit of grass on the first, on the second curve. That's no. Oh wow! And the car spun the back, spun into reverse, or started rolling backwards as it was spinning. Almost took out the car that's been racing in 11th place and being chased by Swatco. Being chased by Gutendorf, but Swatco, yeah, almost coming a cropper there himself. Does manage to take avoiding action. Gutendorf did as well. But yeah, that is a painful one for Dragon. Loses a fair bit of time, just as Winkler was dropping back a bit as well. The patience pays off, and that is up to 6th position. Thank you very much for the follow. That is Lamars. One of them was somewhat close. Get that sneeze out. We've got the Mercedes heading through the Mercedes arena, the scene of the crime. Up at the front of the field, Skirlant for close quarter racing. The only close quarters at the moment is with back marker, starting to get a bit of a gap on Fiorentini for Eparto. MR Reparto coaching 13.5 seconds. The gap is there. LMLM Racing in their McLaren. Still in third place, but they will certainly be getting hunted down by Sapienza. They've had a very, very, very good race to say the least, and I'm sure they will be absolutely buzzing after avoiding that last spinning car through the Schumacher S. It's put them up to 4th and within 13 seconds of a podium. Again, this one's going to come down to the pit stop. Robert Lynn for Evolution Simsport. They were just in the pits for 79 seconds, so I think that's most likely damage. Oh, the Porsche is off. Straighter Motorsport, their Porsche finding their way off track. Let's have a look and see what's going on here. Oh, the Schumacher S. It's becoming a bit of a hot spot. Oh, just had a wiggle, so actually to me that didn't look like an unreasonable contact with the curb. Unreasonable usage, certainly, nothing that you would expect that kind of reaction, but that is the reaction the Porsche driver got, and that will definitely be a Code Brown moment for sure. Speaking of Code Brown, let's go Gutendorf and Swatko. Straighter Racing versus Flatline once again. Almost flatlined the back of that car into the hairpin. Up towards the Schumacher S we go. That is less than an hour to go of round number 12. The GT3 and GT4 overall winners, all winning teams already decided pre-race. As such has been their dominance over the series. Second and third in both standings though, very much up for grabs, and the drivers are putting it on a pedestal at the minute. 58 minutes left, one more round of pit stops to at least clear those stint timers through Ad Van Bogen. The Mustang really carrying that momentum and closing in. It's all about what he can do on the exit here. Oh, someone ahead of them just getting themselves a bit wild. Cheeky little smoke screen. You can see that BMW just seems to be so much better on the brakes. But the Mustang, as soon as it's saddled up, it gallops off out of those corner exits, and the BMW has got very little in the way of an answer. I mean, it's only really Ad Van Bogen where it catches up in the slipstream, because that is the longest part of the track. It's certainly one of the fastest. Oh, and that is a good run by them both. Again, some cloud being kicked up. Oh, bit of a wiggle there. And he's gotten very close again under braking. Is he carrying too much speed there, or is he going to be able to hold those corners? It did look like he was going to run a little bit deep there. So close, really piling the pressure on the Mustang driver though. Absolutely soaking it up. Oh, and there's flashing lights there, and it looked like he ran deep. I almost looked for a second there like he was going to be able to give the position up. But that was certainly not the case. I do love seeing those headlights in the rear paintwork. Let's get rid of that. Good evening. Osob1, thank you very much for the follow here at LFM. Welcome to the gang. A huge group of drivers. Make sure you get onto the website. In fact, I will pin the socials again. Oh, is he going to get close now? He showed a lot of patience in the previous stint. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. All the socials pinned in the chat, so do jump on the website, get yourself signed up to race, and of course the YouTube and Twitch channels, where so much live racing action is broadcast. It's an absolute feast. This is, as I say, round number 12. This is the battle for 10th position, with less than an hour to go. Let's see if we can take a cheeky look. Where is the Bentley stint timer? There it is there. Oh, 9 minutes left for the race leading Bentley. Fiorentini has got 23 minutes left. So yeah, a bit of a difference between their stint timers, as you would imagine. It's going to be a close finish. Gutendorf still behind. Can't get his way past this Mustang still. It's been an absolute war of attrition between these two, lap after lap. The pit stop separated them for a while, and then the sim racing gods saw fit to bring them back together again. Is that Bunce? No, he's a fair clip down the road, so that is a completely different car. Ah, there we go, back on Guten. And that looks like the front of a Honda, if I'm not mistaken. That's Dragon. So yeah, so these two are blue flags. That is, yep, Dragon going through. Yep, so that's popped him right in the middle of his battle. So that has given Winkler oh no, sorry, Winkler, what am I saying? Swatco, a bit of breathing room. There we go, Swatco's been given a bit of breathing room by the Honda coming through. Keen to make up for their recent mistake as well. Skruldant has got about 7 minutes left of his stint, which will take him to just inside the 48-minute mark. Yeah, so he's going to have to stay out for as long as possible in this stint just to make sure that he can clear that 48 minutes. All the drivers subject to the 48-minute stint. Oh, we've got a battle brewing down in the GT4s once again. Colour Works Racing looking to get themselves back on the podium at the expense of the Quip Crash team. Oh, good run around that final corner there. And even the Mercedes GT4 sounds absolutely incredible. So yeah, this is for third place in the GT4s. Again, they've got the same 48-minute stint timer as well, so we'll see cars start to come in. We think pretty close to the final 48 minutes as well, especially if some of them are just going to be double stinting. Gives you more time to get the tyres back in the window after serving the drive-through. Bizzled Bot, welcome in. Dot, apologies. Bizzled Dot. There we go. I do struggle with some letters. But yes, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to LFM. It's the final round of the ACC Drive Endurance Series. We've got 53 minutes left on the clock. The drivers have got a 48-minute stint timer to adhere to. As Zan is definitely keeping pace with King at the moment, and I've got another car coming up behind them as well. Oh no, is that Khaled? It actually is, so it's the race leading GT4 that's coming up behind them. Wow. Yeah, Khaled really showed some serious pace in this race. They're with 5 hours in, and they're catching up to they've caught up to the battle for third. So yeah, they'll need to let them through pretty quickly. Bizzlebot, what's up? What's up is the temperature, that is for sure. Hopefully you're fortunate enough to have air conditioning. What's also up is the positions of Spezia. They're up 8 spots, the biggest improvement in the entirety of the race, and out of everyone in the race, sorry. And they are up to 4th position. So the Ferrari absolutely flying. 12 seconds down on LM, so a podium not out of the question. They've made up 2 seconds since they last got out of the pits as well, and are moving on average about 0.8 of a second quicker a lap than the LM car ahead of them. So grandstand podium finish is on its way. You heard it here first. Flatline Racing, Flatline Motorsport still trying to find their way past this pesky Mustang ahead of them. It's been an absolute astute defensive display from the Straighter Motorsport team. Those headlights have been following them for quite some time. We'll see which pit strategy they go for. Of course, we're going to see Gutendorf coming first. He came in first by a couple of laps on the previous stint. So we'll see how they go on. More likes in the chat as well, actually. They're the LFM official setup partner. Jump over to the website and get yourself a head start. Yeah, you've got Go Setups, Track Titan, covering Assetto Corsa, Assetto Corsa Competizione, Assetto Corsa iRacing, Automobilista 2 and Le Mans Ultimate. And there, of course, the discount code as well, Go LFM, not GolfM, as someone suggested, but yep, Go LFM, and that will get you a 10% discount with Go Setups. 255 competition by Go Setups. Yep, they're a decent quick team. So certainly grab the setup, see if you can match the times. You can find yourself in the top split. And indeed on the broadcast. Let's see when the Bentley is going to find themselves into the pits. 3 minutes 20 to go. That'll take them to 46 minutes left, but yeah, no, they're going to have to come in at the end of this lap. Oh, now interesting. Yeah, the amount of time that they spend in the pit as well, that should, you would think, they will hope, get them back out after the 48-minute mark. But it certainly might be a bit close. Lone Ranger, are you still in the chat? Would we, do we have any opinions on the current situation? Are we coming in a little bit early? We're confident we're going to get out after 48 minutes. Here is Boosted Sim Racing, involved in a battle before their previous pit stop, and it looks like they're getting involved in one again. It's Marcel Hope that is behind the wheel. 9th place is the car that they're chasing, the Fasolo Warriors. Again, I've had a good race. They've just come out of, they've not swapped driver actually. We have plenty of time to stop for a while on our timer. Ah, okay. Excellent. Yeah, but the thing is though, when you say plenty of time, does that mean like 45 seconds or something crazy? How much fuel tyre will we take as a quit? Yes, it is, Lone Ranger. Absolutely, yes, it is. Oh, my goodness me, my goodness me. That is exactly where I was trying to smooth you into there. At least 15-minute on our timer. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we've got some spirit. According to this, you've only got 1 minute left of your stint. So it looks like I'm getting slightly erroneous readings here. Oh, so I wonder then if Fiorentini, I wonder if that is accurate. Oh, and am I getting you confused with the wrong car? Oh, sorry, yes, Lone Ranger, my apologies. Goodness me, I'm looking at the wrong cars. Sorry. Now, where have I imagined that? Right, okay, sorry, yes, IR Terminator was in the chat as well, car 999. Sorry, Lone Ranger, it was IR Terminator who was going for there. Oh, wow. That's me getting my books, never to be seen on LFM shores again. It's been an absolute pleasure being here for the times that I have. But yeah, getting the teams completely mixed up. Yeah, but yeah, in fact, according to this, you've got like 33 minutes left to go. So yeah, more than enough time. But yeah, so IR Terminator, are you in the chat as well? So now that we've got the insider info on 403, and there we go. They are in the pits, yeah, 46 minutes left, so they're going to make it to the end now. And instantly Fiorentini overtakes. Again, they've got, what, 13 minutes left. Now, are they just going to do a drive-through? Because Gildant... IR Terminator, there we go. Yeah, I was going to ask some questions about the final stint. I was wondering if you're going to do a drive-through. But look to be taking on fresh tyres. And yes, I was also asking if you were supremely confident of coming out after the 48-minute mark, but yeah, made it by an absolute 20 mile, 45 minutes left. And stationary for 34 seconds, so a full service pit stop there. So Fiorentini then, 12.5 minutes before they come in to take their final pit stop. And this time around, Gildant coming out in 4th place. Oh no, sorry, in 2nd. Yep, just updated there. That's the Calet. The lead GT4 car for Calet. Just ahead of them once again. All kinds of blue flags going on there for the long-time race leader. It was very close, had 4 seconds to spare. Yeah, that is very close. Yeah, any kind of drive-through. And actually, if I can ask as well, do you have... Oh, now. Let's have a look at car 106. Well, last time, how many track limit warnings have you got at the minute? Not to be tempting fate in any way, of course. So let's see what's happened here then. LMLM Racing Team Hungary down into the hairpin. Oh, much later on the brakes there. Is that car 109 they've made contact with? Oh, on 2. That's not bad. At least one speed token is still to use. Both by you. Yep, nice little present for your teammate. So yeah, that was SG Enduro Performance. You saw they just making contact with the back of the fellow McLaren there. They're currently running in 5th. Again, we'll see how this all plays out. Getting slowed up ever so slightly, but that is the Bentley making their way through, so past 3rd, where behind Spezia. We'll see where they come back out of the pits. More importantly, we've got a GT4 Paul Vogel for Team Shibot coming in. This will be their last planned pit stop as well. We're stationary for 39 seconds last time around. So I'm going to stay on board with them, and I'm going to see if they do a drive-through. It does look like he's already leaning over to the pit box. Potentially a splash and dash though, although Klimov in the Maserati once again. We've got Lapke Motorsport and Colourworks Racing have themselves a battle out on track. The Maserati look very quick, flashing the lights there. Oh no, sorry, that's the GT3 of Boosted Racing making their way through. It looks absolutely full send against the GT4 through there. The Maserati's got a very good exit out of turn at number 7 up towards the Schumacher S, and it is nose to tail for these two once again. Much like Gutendorf and Swatko, it's been an elongated battle between them. We'll see who comes out on top. There's Ziegler coming into the pits in the GT3s. He's currently running in 17th place. No one else in there with him at the moment. Klimov down through Advan Bogan, and that Maserati really stretching its legs here, and this could be an interesting one into that final chicane. The Maserati got the outside line round Advan Bogan, going off the inside into the final chicane. The Mercedes with an extra bit of lift there, knows he was absolutely done, although the Maserati's done himself. He's gone too wide and he's managed to stay out of the way. The Mercedes nailed that one absolutely perfectly, and the Maserati all at sea, although he's managed to gather up enough to get ahead as the Mercedes GT3 car comes sailing on through. And I tell you, Claude Brown moment there for Lapke, but he does hold on. We've got GT3s now into the pits. That's the Fasolo Warriors in for their final stop. Boosted Sim Racing in for their final stop as well, and they are fully stationary. Slotka will move up. Flatline Racing, just as we speak of Gutendorf, he pops himself into the pits. So that's a few of them coming in. Fiorentini has got 7 minutes left. So yeah, 3 laps. That is, yeah, I would say 3 laps. And then they'll be bringing the Aston Martin in. Okay, final drive-through is happening. There we go. Cat is out of the bag. They are going for a double stint. Now this is going to bring them back out in 9th place. Oh, unless... Oh yeah, it's going to be close, but I think they will get out ahead of Astor Racing. And yeah, there we go. Drive through on their final stint, so we'll keep a close eye on the cars ahead. Although Vogel, Team Shibot, only stationary for 11 seconds on their last pit stop. So they just did a splash and dash. 411 Cronus, of course, they did a drive through on their last pit stop, so they will be stopping for fuel. Martignoni might not be for MR Reparto. They were stationary for 45 at their last pit stop, so certainly they definitely could potentially have taken on enough fuel. We've got, who's that coming to the pits? LMLM coming in for their final stop again, bringing the car to a halt. There is Swatco for Strater Motorsport coming in. And Solo Warriors boosted, flatline. There is Basti Winkler, still ahead of Dragon Racing Team's Honda. LMLM back out in 7th position, so back to where they started. Evolution, it's down 4, but 8th place at the minute. Swatco being overtaken by Boosted Sim Racing once again. Here come Flatline Racing. Oh, and someone almost flatlining over that final chicane. Around the last corner. Have they done enough this time around? Gutenberg's handed over the wheel. Swatco is moving. Flatline along the start finish straight, and they've... Ooh, this is going to be very close into turn number 1. Very close into turn number 1. And it is still the Strater car that is ahead. 11th place at the moment, but there's a car ahead of them still to pit, so they'll take back that 10th place for Solo Warriors. Back out in 9th again. Pit stops are going to be coming pretty thick and fast as another car comes in right on cue. Minombo of Racing. No GT4s in at the moment. Fiorentini, 4 minutes left. 4 minutes 11. And doing 155s quite comfortably at the minute, pretty consistently in the mid to low 155s. So we can definitely get another 2 laps, so there'll be 30 minutes left. Less than 30 minutes left when they come out of the pits. The Bentley will be looking to retake the lead, 46 seconds behind at the moment. So it will be a close one again when they come out. SG Enduro Performance, they are closing in still on Spezia, who have got themselves up in the 3rd position. From 12th place up onto the podium. It's been a formidable drive from the team so far. Oh, and that's a car off to the side of the track there. I think that's the 402. Let's have a look and see. Oh, sorry, this is the 415, so there has been a big incident. Oh, I think that was, yeah, so this is after, or later in the lap. They avoided contact and then made a double contact. Yep, so it was, sorry, it was that Mercedes ejected off to the side there by the Bentley. After an unfortunate double contact, we've got Knopf, I'm still watching, a 6.5 down, 1.3 seconds. Oh, Winkler pulls into the pits. Popped a yellow flag there, but that's Basti Winkler coming in for Fisher Racing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, Fisher currently in 3rd place. And yes, Sim RC Endurance by Barmenian not racing today, so they are likely to lose that. MR Reparto Coaching are only 4 points behind Fisher Racing, so it's a solid battle between them as you see MR Reparto coming into the pits. They've definitely got the upper hand on Fisher, but now it's can they get the upper hand on Close Quarter Racing. Close Quarter 40 seconds down, so they will get themselves back out into the lead, unless of course MR Reparto pull up a drive-through. Doesn't look like they would. Oh no, they have. They've done a drive-through, 27 seconds in the pits to come back out in the lead of the race. So they did go for that double stint, and about 22 minutes were left on the clock when they came out the pits on their previous pit stop. So that's how much fuel they put in, and they're going to do it on one set of tyres, not within 0.8 of a second. Fiorentini again out of the pits at the start of the final stint. In the lead of the race with a 19-second gap over Close Quarter Racing, who are very close quarters with the blue flag McLaren at the minute. Can't quite make out the colour scheme in the darkness. But certainly Skruldant through, so Skruldant on fresh tyres with an 18-second gap to make up. Over the closing stint of MR Reparto pulled off a worldie of a strategy call here. Now we'll see if any more cars do the same. Haha, we did say at the start there was going to be some chopping and changing. Lafleur in for Carlton Racing's final pit stop. Let's see what they decide to do. Martin Yoni with a 45-second stationary on their previous, so they're definitely going for a cheeky little drive-through. And how far down is he? Are they, sorry? For Reparto Coaching. So there is Carlett, and they're through turn number 6. So yeah, so that's a fair bit down. That's going to be close on the exit if they do a full stationary pit stop. It's certainly close between ST and Juro. Look how close it is, in fact. Luis Nianis really coming under pressure. I mean, it's been a great race so far for Spezia. They're up 9 positions onto the podium. They'll certainly be looking to hold on to that, but it's going to be a tough task as that McLaren looking very quick against them, and more cars closing in the background as well. You really need to hold your nerve through that final chicane. Oh, and they pulled into the pits. They did have another pit stop today still, Spezia then. That puts them into 4th, and Knopf back up into 3rd place. Lafleur, full service pit stop there. Martignoni is just coming out the final corner, so yeah, still got a good gap there up at the front of the field. Fiorentini is just on a 2-minute 16.360 as an outlap. Close Quarter Racing are almost matching their quickest laps of the race so far, and their quickest lap is exactly almost a second quicker than the of Fiorentini. Fiorentini's going to be on older tyres. There is Sepetsia still in the pits. That's Dragon going past. Now I wonder if Dragon's still got a pit stop to take as well. Let's cheat a bit and have a look. Yes. So the Honda still needs to come into the pits as well. 3 minutes left, so at the end of this lap we'll see the Honda come in, so the podium positions will change once again. Apologies, I do need a very quick pit stop myself. Let me just see if we can get the autopilot working. And we will stay on... I'll tell you what, we'll stay on with the race leaders. We'll keep an eye on that gap. We'll get another position update when I come back there with me in a moment or two. It is round number 12 of the ACC Drive Endurance Series. We've got ourselves 28 minutes left to go. As I've mentioned, the top two in each of the overall championships has been decided. It's all about second and third at the minute. Fisher Racing and Dynamic MS Youngsters taking the GT3 and GT4 titles respectively. Neither of them racing this evening. In fact, the GT3 winners 4,000 points ahead, so quite the dominant display. Up at the front of the GT3s in the race here though, we have had a dominant display from two of the teams. They're a lap up on the rest of the field. The gap between them is falling in the favour of the Bentley. The MR Reparto coaching team have pulled the trigger on a double stint strategy. An hour and 22 minutes they're going to do on one tank of fuel and one set of tyres. The gap when they came out of the pits was 18 seconds. It's already down to 12. So it's absolutely hammering. In fact, wow. Skirlant for close quarter has just done their personal fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 53.895, which I believe gives them the fastest lap of the race. So that's almost 2.5 seconds clear of the lap time from the car ahead, and that's why it's tumbling so quickly. Knopf. There's Knopf there, sorry, we'll switch over. Back out of the pits for SG Enduro, and right on the back of Sepetsia. They've come back out of the pits and got themselves back up into third place, and have now got to fend off Knopf for SG Enduro Performance if they want to hang on to that very impressive podium in the GT4s. It was a full service stop for leaders Khaled Racing. 19th overall, leading the way, more importantly to them. MR Reparto coaching, another car going for a drive-through on the final stint in second place, and so too Quip Crash elected for a drive-through, as well as Colourworks. So a lot of the GT4 cars going for double stints on the tyres, which they can very easily do. Cronus as well, in fact, with 0 time stopped. 14 seconds for Klimov in the Maserati, so needed a bit of fuel. Stuck with the tyres. Team Shiba also needed a bit of fuel, and that 11 seconds has cost them a couple of spots. The Apex Predators, as well as Team Purple Deluxe, also going for drive-throughs to clear their stint timer in the final stint. Well, it's left a straight drag race to the end. Klimov certainly looking very quick at the moment. Even though he has just completed his outlap, his first flying lap, he is absolutely flying. He's less than 4 seconds behind Kuzlanin, who's only 6 seconds down on Zan. Yeah, I think the podium might be safe from Klimov's advances here, but the two ahead, maybe not so much. We'll see what he can do. All eyes though surely looking for updates on close quarter racing. The last lap there, 1 minute 54.1. Fiorentini 55.7. The gap now 10 seconds with 24 minutes left to go. That's over a second a lap. We've got, what, maybe 12 laps left? A 12-second deficit. So if you had the fancy graphic at the moment, I'm sure you've seen it on Motor Racing, Battle 4, and the prediction, I would say it looks like Skiraldant, if all things stay equal, they could be looking to win the race by 2 seconds here, but of course that does mean they need to get the overtake done. They will be on much better tyres. They are clearly on much better tyres, given how quickly they are closing the gap. So yeah, they'll be keen to catch as quickly as possible and start looking for an overtake. How much defending those Fiorentini going to be able to do on some clearly worn tyres? Some gratuitous Aston Martin engine sounds. What a car. Thank you for the follow, Luke Chewy117. Welcome in. Thank you again for the follow here at LFM. Hopefully you are enjoying the racing. We'll get the link tree. There we go. We can pin that in the chat. If you do want to follow any of the socials, all your social needs are covered, of course, by LFM. Not to mention the couple of 100,000 drivers on the website taking part in racing across 5 different sim titles, from dailies to weeklies to endurance. So yeah, if you want to get yourself involved in some racing, absolutely the place to be. We're on board with the on-track race leader at the moment, as we see more cars coming in. 22 minutes left to go as Evolution Sim Sport in. Let's see what they do. So far only been one GT3 car gone for the double stint on the tyres. Now they're a fair bit into the pit lane. No, yep, they are pulling over into the pit box. Absolutely keeping us in suspenders there. And yeah, coming to a stop, so we'll see how long their pit stop is as we jump back to close quarter. Oh, now the gap up to 11.6. Fiorentini going 2/10 quicker on that previous lap, bringing the fight straight back to Skiraldant. Now he's got a GT4 ahead of him, sails up the inside. And we have a GT4 car into the pits, in fact. Cronus, now they will have to stop for at least some fuel. The GT4 tyres will last a fair bit longer than the GT3s, that is for sure. Because the lane and then As I say, drive-through on the last stop, so we'll be stationary here. And yeah, the reason I mentioned the tyres, could theoretically just take on fuel here and try and run the rubber to the end. Currently in 6th position, although Vogel is about to make that 7th. Yude's coming through the final chicane as well, so that could be 8th. Oh no, it's not, because they have just taken on fuel. 10 seconds stationary, they've taken on fuel, they're on their way back out already. And Yude's just coming along the start-finish straight. The GT4 strategy is absolutely all over the place. Incredible stuff. Now, Skiraldan, still 11.4. So since finding that second back, Fiorentini matching Skiraldan for pace. Still coming through traffic. They're both going to be coming through traffic from now until the end. The only place you're really going to get any clear air, potentially, of course, will be down Ad Van Bogen. You can see it on the left there on the track map. Still at 11 seconds. Oh, have Fiorentini and the Emma Reparto coaching team pulled off a worldie of a strategy? Will these tyres last to the end? 19 minutes left to go. It was a second a lap that we're making up. In fact, yeah, Fiorentini got a second quicker there, but a 54.8. Loving these track temperatures right now. The Aston absolutely flying. What a turnaround that's been. Spezia still holding on to 3rd place. It's John Eraser that's back out for SG Enduro Performance. There's now a 5.2 second gap there, so certainly Spezia, what a race they've had. Up 9 spots from 12th onto the podium. We've still got Thorsten Dragon involved in some battles in the Honda. He is closing up handily on Fisher Racing once again. Stefan Farber out behind the wheel of their Mercedes for the final stint, and there you can see the headlights of the Honda getting very close under braking. Ooh, now I think the Mercedes might have a bit of a handful here in the closing 18 minutes. Oh yeah, the Honda full send up the inside through the Mercedes arena, and absolutely going to make that one stick. Full-blooded there, absolutely jammed on the accelerator out with turn 2 and out with turn 4. It's done and dusted, and that is Dragon coming fighting straight back. Back to 6th position, of course started in 5th. It does have, let's see in fact, how far to Cisco? Oh, 30 seconds, so still a bit of time to be made up there. Cisco 6 down on Eraser now 5 down on Luisinas. So great drive there, and the pace matching continues with the top 2 in the GT3 classes. The gap still sitting at 11.4 seconds. Skiraldan answering to Emma Reparto's 154.8 with a 154.9 of his own, as Fiorentini clocked a 55.5. Oh, but for the finest margins. So yeah, but keeps it like this. Emma Reparto looking very good. Stefan Farber for Fisher just being overtaken there as well. I wonder if they've maybe got an issue actually. Oh no, sorry, that's a blue flag. That's the Bentley blue flagging past. I thought it was the Mercedes coming back. Yeah, Strater Racing there. Poars at 13th place with Minombo in 14th. Still Lafleur for Callac leading the way in the GT4 cars, with Emma Reparto holding on to 2nd place, with Quip Crash up quite the jump as well, up 4 spots to get themselves on to the podium, ahead of Cool Works Racing's Oliver Zahn. The Mercedes running in 4th place. In 5th is Lapke Motorsport. 6th is Team Shebot. Cronus Racing in 7th. with Apex Predators in 8th place. We've got Team Purple Deluxe in 9th position, with Aster Racing rounding out the top 10. Ornunzamt Racing, my apologies for butchering that team name. North Racing in 12th place. Alandis in 13th. Ornungazamt, two team cars running, thank you very much. SR97. And Dorto's still in the pits. So yeah, SR97 bringing up the rear. 33 cars still out on track. Update. No update. It's exactly the same. 11.4 seconds is the cap. 56.1. Wow. So yeah, half a second difference in favour of close quarter on the previous lap, and then on the previous 2 laps. And then the previous one there, half a second in the favour of Fiorentini, who makes his way past more GT4 traffic. Farber still looking quick behind Dragon. Dragon getting a good overtake done, but the Merc certainly not done with this one by any. Exit for them both out of that final corner along the start-finish straight. It's no contest because the Honda is an absolute killer in a straight line. Opens up the corner, goes for a really good location on the apex, manages to get it done. Still not close enough, very middle line for the Honda, but it's absolutely working for them. Oh, the Mercedes missing his brakes there ever so slightly, and with the wheels turning, that was a whole lot longer, and that is a big... I mean, it's a very small mistake, but it is had big consequences there. It's Dragon now with a 1.3 second gap, so the biggest between the two of them for quite some time now. Skruldant has managed to crack a second off the time. Is this the start of the charge? If it's going to be, it's going to need to be now. He needs at least a second a lap from here to the end of the race. Well, in fact, as I'm saying that, Fiorentini... Oh yeah, sorry, 55.3 he's just done, 54.7. So yeah, so only half a second there really, he's sitting at 10.8. It's in the balance. Emma Reparteau looking good. They've got first place in the GT3s and second currently, of course, in the GT4s. So many cars going for the shorter pit stops, either driving straight through or just taking on a touch of fuel in the GT4s. It's mixed things up a bit, but it's kept the Emma Reparteau team in second. Quick crash. Still got a good grip on third place. Klimov is looking to get himself a good grip on Oliver Zand's slipstream though. The Maserati driver is still making moves, and that is fourth place ahead of him now. Oh, heavy on the brakes. And yeah, certainly closing in. The gap was what there, 1.3 seconds. It's looking a bit lower than that now. With Boosted Racing just coming up behind them. Yeah, less than a second is the gap there. Skruldant down to less than 10 seconds. Oh, he's just taken 1.4 seconds out of the time on that previous lap there, although Fiorentini threatening to beat the team's current fastest race lap, which is certainly going to be needed. It still wouldn't be as quick as the lap that Skruldant still just set there. And again, he's going very quick. Oh, Ziegler facing the wrong way on the start-finish straight. It is not often you see that. He's having to do a 3-point turn to get himself out of the way. So yeah, as I say, not often you see a car that far along the start-finish straight, unless he's had some real trouble on the curbs here. It looks like a decent exit. Oh. Drifts over, a momentary lapse in concentration there. Maybe looking at the pit strategy window or something perhaps. Yeah, a bit of a strange one, but big bounce off the wall there for Ziegler. Skirodan still checking on that. In fact, sorry, Klimov. Let's check it on this because this is for the final. Sorry, 4th place in the GT4. So close he is there. He's got the Mercedes breathing down his neck from behind in the form of a GT3 car. You can see that going past. And here goes the Maserati. He's got himself 4th place alongside. He's up the inside going into turn number 1. This is surely going to be done and dusted. Heavy on the brakes, takes a good line. Oh, I say he takes a good line. He's gone far too deep there. Mercedes says thank you very much. I will take a quick cut back. And very quickly retakes 4th place. Colourworks Racing team saw that one coming a lot better than I did, clearly. And yeah, live to fight another lap in 4th place. Wolfslager into the pits for Apex Predators. 10 minutes left to go. This will be their final pit stop. Surely will just be a splash and dash. Skirodan, oh, it's just jumped back to over 10 seconds. Oh, is it too little, too late? We will see. We'll see what Klimov can do once again. He's already had a move done on Zan, but very quickly took the position back once again. Oh, and round we go. Bouncing off the curbs. Does sound absolutely beautiful. That's the Maserati. Where are we here? Through turn 10. And through the Schumacher S's. Oh no, Weinsteiner, sorry. We're heading down to Ad Van Bogen. That was Schumacher before, and look how close he's got. The Maserati absolutely nailing it. Doesn't get much in the way of the slipstream, but they do have a GT3 Aston Martin who's suddenly come up on the back of them, and that's an interesting proposition for all concerned. We'll see how they make their way through the Mercedes. Given the ground gets right on that inside curve, will surely have lost momentum on the grass there, and it's the Maserati that goes around at the outside. Has he gone too deep once again? It looks like he might have. No, he's going to hold it this time. The Mercedes forced to take a slightly tighter line with the GT3 car making their way through there, but that is now Klimov up into 4th place. Used the GT3 traffic well there. Does Zana Colourworks have any answer to take that spot back? Only 8 minutes left to do so. Up at the front, Fiorentini. That is a very good stint on worn tyres. Well, an hour and 22 minutes they did on those tyres. Are going to have done in 8 minutes time, and they're keeping the gap. It's back up to 11 seconds. So Skirodan. And yeah, their fastest lap is faster than Fiorentini, but it's not always about who can post the fastest lap, quite clearly. If it was, it would be a different story. But it most certainly tis not, as the Aston Martin is racing away. We're going to have about 3 laps left to decide the final round of the ACC Drive Endurance Series. And it looks like Emma Reparteau are going to get themselves a very good win. And yeah, they're currently 4th in the championship, but as I say, they're only 4 points behind Fisher Racing, and only 100 points, 180 points behind 2nd place Sim RC. So yeah, there could be a change in the top 3 of the championship in the GT4s. Carlett Racing, Firefly not racing, so they could jump them. Apex Predators are racing. Fort Club are a bit far ahead, so they're aiming for 3rd place at the moment. Oh, a couple of yellow flags. Oh, Flatline Motorsport dropping down to 12th. I wonder if that was a blue flag going past them there. Just said we're dropping into the pits. Crossed the pit line erroneously there. Fiorentini, nothing erroneous about the strategy or the lap so far. That gap of 11 seconds has been maintained magnificently. Just keeping an eye on Scotland. Not sure what's going on there. now down on where they started, still behind Swatco for Strater Motorsport. They've hung on to 11th well. Boosted Simrace, they've got themselves back up to 10th place. We're down 3 at one point. So have done well, obviously not as well as Spezia. Again, up 9 spots onto the podium. Absolutely no mean feat. Scarodante from 3rd to 2nd, and of course Fiorentini from 2nd up to 1st. 6 minutes left to go. Just having a look down the field. Zan now 3 seconds down on Klimov, so a very clean pair of heels being shown there, because Lenin in the Aston Martin is definitely picking up pace, but is being outlapped pace-wise by the Chabot car at the moment. So Chabot looking to bring home 6th place, up 2. They were up a bit further as well. So yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy with the result, gaining places, but maybe a tinge of disappointment as they were a bit further up. We are going to change to Klimov, up 5 places, still behind King though, up 4 spots for Quick Crash, so they have had a very good race. And as I'm saying this, because Lenin is closing. That just dipped under the 2-second mark there. So yeah, that could be a battle for position right into the final lap. Certainly not going to be a battle with the way things are going up at the front. Emma Reparto coaching. Oh, Ziegler. Oh, slightly sideways there. Yeah, Emma Reparto, what more can you say? They've absolutely nailed every aspect of the 6-hour race so far, and they are going to be well-deserved winners. They've certainly been kept more than honest by the close quarter racing team. The Bentley doing well, and yeah, only 10 seconds behind after 6 hours. It's been quite the race. The team of the day though, maybe, yeah, Spezia. With that podium finish, Carlett as well. Great race for them, but Aston finding some seriously good race pace to get from 4th up to 1st place and lead the way. And Emma Reparto on the podium in the GT4 class as well. Started in 3rd and up to 2nd, as you can see. 2 different positions in the GT3 blue flag class. It does manage to hold on, got another one incoming as well. Quick Crash still on the podium. Oh, Cisco miles off track. What's going on there? So that is the Apex Predator car. So they've been looking to unlap themselves. Oh, and he's just, yeah, flashing the lights, and he's just missed his brake zone. And that's run on deep, and that is going to be an interesting finish now. Oh no, Dragon's still 19 seconds down, sorry, not as close. It's Farbird that's quite close to Dragon, that's the one I was thinking. Yeah, still got 19 seconds there. Arretz within 6 seconds. And of course, Riskino as well for Flatline Motorsport. Down in net position, so I'm not sure what happened to them. No drive-throughs or penalties, and certainly not a long pit stop. But they certainly have lost some pace. Nope. And a couple of positions, yeah, they did at one point. Oh, there we go, that's the leader on the final lap. Oh, 1 minute 30 to go. So yeah, Fiorentini, Emma Reparto coaching. Did someone say strategy? Yep, you need to have every aspect absolutely dialed in. 6 hours of racing. covered by the Aston. They got the lap times, they got the consistency, and the most importantly, got that pit strategy absolutely nailed on. Got a fair bit of traffic to deal with. They were certainly, as I say, kept on as close quarter racing. I'm pretty sure, in fact I'm positive, they had more laps leading the race than any other car. But it is going to be second place for them and third for Spezia. We might even see a couple of lower cars down the grid get the checkered flag, but we'll stay on board with a lap with the race leaders to head down for the final time of Askin to the hairpin and up through the Schumacher S. They're going to be crowned kings of the Nürburgring for the ACC. ACC Drive Endurance Series. And it could see them propelled up the championship overall standings to second place. We shall wait and see. Oops. Yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible series. An incredible 12 rounds of racing. Watkins Glen, Paul Ricard, Bathurst. At the Red Bull Ring, so many incredible tracks, so many incredible winners, and add MR Reparto to that list. Another win for them in the GT3 series is the round the last corner. Just go past Team Uds in the Ginetta, and that is a solid checkered flag. The team will be delighted at that one, I'm absolutely sure of it. What a strategy. Double stinted at the end. To bring home the bacon, and the Bentley doing the same on to the podium for close quarter racing, and it certainly was close quarters as far as these two up at the front, just under 10 seconds the gap between them. And for me, got to be team of the race. 9 spots in the Ferrari around the Nürburgring, not too bad at all. Martignoni has crossed the line and been given second place, so congratulations to MR Reparto. A win and a second place, not bad for a day's racing, that's for sure. 12 hours racing between the two teams, and yeah, 2 podium spots for their effort. Callet Racing, another team looking to make moves up the final standings, round the final corner, and they will bring themselves a race win for the series. And another well-deserved one there, quite a few positions. As I said, Martignoni finishing in second, and Quip Crash were given the checkered flag. Quip Crash sponsored by Sim Quips. Their Mercedes rounding out the podium for the GT4s, and there is, I can assure you, coming through the darkness, the Ferrari of Spezia. Onto the podium. What a drive for them. SG Enduro Performance crossing the line, lights flashing victoriously. 4th place for them, managed to fend off the advances of LM Racing Team Hungary, who themselves had a pretty good race, it's safe to say, up 2 spots, got themselves ahead of Thorsten Dragon for Dragon Team, who dropped a position. The Fasola Warriors making up 6 places over the race, and as well Minombo up 5 on where they started. Lafleur, let me just quickly, we'll grab ourselves some highlights, why not? Yeah, so many places made up. We'll get a look at the final championship standings in a moment once they update. Of course, it was round number 12 of the ACC Drive Endurance Series. What a calendar it's been. Watkins Glen, Barcelona, Imola, Silverstone, Donington Park and Spa for the first half of the series, and then it was Monza, Kyalami, the Red Bull Ring, Paul Ricard, Bathurst, and the mighty Nürburgring to bring it home, as we just witnessed tonight. What a race that was. What a battle up at the top. MR Reparto bringing home the win, as we saw. Some of the runners and riders that did well, of course. Let me say they're not. And Team HC in the GT4s up 4 places. Klimov, of course, making up 5, and Bjorn King up 4. on to the podium. So some absolutely solid drives by a lot of the teams throughout the race. Actually, I'd imagine it would be quite a start to see how many overtakes we've had over the series. There's been a fair bit of racing going on so far. Let's just see. In fact, while we wait on the results coming in, there we go. Yeah, so we will get the results up in a moment and confirm the final championship standings. As I say, the champions already crowned. They will receive their lifetime membership to the ACC Drive website and all its functionality. West Competition Racing, 4,000 point lead they had coming as... Sorry, 3,400. So yeah, so close to the 3,000, but still a gargantuan gap over the rest of the field. And of course, Dynamic MS Youngsters in the Porsche doing a magnificent job with a 1,900 point gap over Fourth Club. Fourth Club themselves with a 700 point gap back to third, so they too will be named first and second. Dynamic MS Youngsters, of course, each member of the team receiving the prize, much like the GT3. Apex Predators may hold on to third place, but I do think Firefly Racing will get overtaken by Khaled after their race win tonight. That's quite a few points they've managed to bring home. Let's have a quick look and see if we have updated. It doesn't look like they have. No, unfortunately they have not quite updated. But they are available on the website. Of course, all the links to the socials are in the chat, so do jump on over. You can get the final results and everything else that goes along with the greatness that is LFM, Twitch and YouTube. Good evening and afternoon to everyone on YouTube as well. Apologies, I couldn't quite get the chat working there, but I hope everyone over on YouTube. Thank you for all the subscribes and follows over there, helping the channel grow. Bonnet Cam, great name, good race, clean for most of it. Indeed it was. We had Mancucas with the follow as well, so thank you very much to you and to everyone else that has followed here on Twitch as well. That's all we have time for from myself for today. As I say, get yourself over to the LFM website. Lots and lots and lots of racing to take part in, and of course the endurance series will be starting up once again. Huge thank you to everyone that's taken part in the series, not just the drivers, of course the commentators as well. For Christian Romano, we've had Ben Sapsford on the case as well as Wops, whose name I embarrassingly cannot remember at this precise moment in time. My goodness me. The harder I try, the further it will go. Thank you to Boris, of course, for setting up the whole of LFM, and Chris for making the broadcast run in the background. And of course, a thank you to the sponsors as well for making it all happen and giving out these wonderful prizes for the drivers. Do stay tuned to the LFM channels and socials. We will be back once again with even more racing action. Until then, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Good night.